I just huffed a big old cloud of that stuff like it was a vape cloud. Space for this. Last thing, are these still valid even? Where's the expiration? 7/24. Yeah. What's the worst that can happen? Oh, it's foaming. Stop foaming. Oh, look at the water. It's almost coming out. Oh shit. Uh-oh. Calm down. It's okay. It really is a potion being made here. Must be all the minerals. Ooh! Careful. Oh shit. Yep, I think we're okay. Ooh, it probably has green screened for you guys. Ooh, spooky. Spooky shit only here on Microraptor. Alright, let's load up the game. Let's get some shit done today. Good thing is the weather's pretty good today, so I don't think it's going to be too hot or anything. Should be a pretty chill, easy day. Yeah, 21 degrees at most today. Weekend's gonna be hot, but thankfully I will be at home on the weekend. Not here, ideally. Might stream something this weekend, but I don't know for sure yet. I gotta see. Post this shit up on Twitter. The Twitter. Live today. Out. And of course, working on our NPCs dialogue to make it more reactive. Gotta work. Okay, it's calmed down now. We're good. We can take a drink. Sorry for the slightly late start today, by like 20 minutes. I was watching a Portal 2 video. Speaking of games, actually, I think there's a lot of game trailers out from Gamescom. I haven't looked at any of them yet, because I was waiting to see if there was any that were like really, really cool that we wanted to check out, or ones that may be a bit controversial, like maybe the gameplay looks faked or something, I don't know. We shall see. Today, though, we are going to be working on some dialogue. I wanted to do this on Tuesday, and that is to make sure that Spoon's reactions to different effects are in the game, right? So that certain things that may be on a potion, such as if he expected like a health potion and it had invisibility as well, like he mentions that, like, oh, I also drank it and I went invisible. I'm not really sure how much of this we can do, how much of this we want to do. Because here's the thing, it's like, you know, what if he has a response to invisibility and a response to the notifications out. I do have 2 notifications. No, I don't have any. Oof. What do you tell me the price of snape grass seeds? 9,000 each, that's wild. How you doing, Lazy Fangs? What was I saying? So if you have like the effect of invisibility and an effect of damage health on there, and he has responses for both, do we combine them in some way? Do we... You know, I just don't know how we handle that, right? What if we... Because here's the thing, if we go into our dialogue... Here's the issue that I see. And we'll just pull up Dialogue Thief 2A for example. Essentially, this is where he mentions how the potion went, right? If we were to say, let's say, have 5 unique responses based on the effect being provided, right? So let's say he reacts to invisibility. Yeah, I spelled that right. Damage health. I mean, it can be anything. Let's just put frenzy, paralysis, and luck, right? If he has 5 unique dialogue responses to these effects existing on his potion, and you can have as many of these on the potion as you want, I'm pretty sure I could go into the game right now and make a potion with at least 4 of these on it, without too much struggle. Then how do we combine those bits into the game, right? In a believable, simple way. Hey, Lazarla, how you doing? How's your Thursday, guys? Is it Thursday? Yeah, it's Thursday. Okay. So we can do it in a few ways. Let's say he has 5 unique responses to potion effects. We can simply chain them together, right? So that you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And if you have invisibility and frenzy, which would be 1 and 3, we just play these 2 back to back, right? So it plays this one first, and then this one. That's one option. We could also try to find a way to combine these responses into one. And so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? Give me an animal? Your favorite, if that helps? It's cats. So it's always cats. We're fishing? Okay, hold on. If the fishing's broken, let me get that up. I put my streaming computer to sleep. I might need a reset. Okay, try it now. I could write some... We could put an array in the potion needs data table for string lines or responses. And then what we could do is we could call a single node in the dialogue editor here for, you know, like a custom response. And it can build a response in some way. It's gonna look awkward though. I don't think it's something to crochet that has to do with duality. Just another project to turn to when I get bored. Make cat dog. Remember that? You're American, right? Remember cat dog? There's your thing to crochet. The perfect duality. No, don't. If you're about to diss on cat dog, don't you dare. Maybe not. It's an animal. It has to do with duality. It's a well-known kids cartoon. If I were to make a narrative event, could I modify the text of that dialogue node? That's the narrative component, but can I directly call that node? I don't think so. Shit. Yeah, I don't want to open up Visual Studio. Thank you very much. It's good to know that's a C++ class, though. Hey, Decryption. Oh, it's good to see you, man. It's a component that is running this event, if you have multiple players. Now, if you're here, I can ask you specifically. Is there any way to have an event that modifies the node text? Or is that just out of the scope of possibility? I mean, I could maybe call the widget directly and update the text. That would be a really, really dirty way to do it. But it could be done. Although I don't know which one would fire first. Hey, Wormius. Leopards and sloths. What are you trying to do? Normally nodes call events, not the other way around. Okay, so I'm trying to have an event or some way to have an event here that can check some of my own like data and then modify the node text based on the output of that function. Like adding in another line, adding in multiple lines to it. Almost like an editor-only event. Well, it would be run during runtimes because it responds to what the player has done within the game. So in this case, like, you know, because our game is about like making potions and stuff. So if the player has made a potion and given it to an NPC with certain effects on it, I want to change that node text without having to write. I want to put it all into one node rather than have a whole bunch of nodes that account for all possible scenarios, right? Because even with 5 of these, it would be, well, the player could have 1, it could have just 2, just 3, 1 and 3, 1 and 4, 2, 3, and 5. And with a little bit of work, I could, you know, find a way to put it all into one node. But it would have to be, I'd have to change the node's text during runtime. Or just target the widget itself and change the text that's within the, I assume, the rich text box, which could be done. Do that, you can set variables inside the text and replace it with whatever you want. Function called potion name, and then you override the get string variable and return the position name. I could do that. I want to go even deeper with it though. I'll show you what I mean exactly. No, don't worry about it. I'm also shit when I wake up. I need like 2 hours, at least 2 hours of streaming, and then no more than 6 hours of streaming. There's the golden 4 hours there where I can speak clearly. Let's see here. Where's something with a lot of health on it? Okay, this should work. Okay, so you see here how I have fortify health, regenerate health, and restore health on this potion? Let's say, for example, that we wanted to have unique dialogue for if regenerate health was there and if restore health was there. Well, the player could have 3 possible cases in this scenario, right? They could have regenerate health, restore health, or both of them. And so I'd have to write 3 separate dialogue nodes for that. Obviously, if we want to have 5 unique responses, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, a whole bunch of shit, right? So rather than write a whole, string of possible dialogue nodes, I'd rather have just one node where I can call an event, where I can run a function that calculates what it should say, and then return that text into the response widget, right, for the NPC. And I'm thinking I might be pushing narrative 3 into a realm that it was never supposed to go into. But a hacky backdoor solution could just be to target the widget itself and update the text within that. I wonder if there's an event for when the... Well, I could nestle it within the node function itself, within the building of the string. You could try setting the text of the node to potion text and override get string variable. So then your function to calculate and return the text instance entry. That's true. Yeah, I could do that. You have different timings for when events can be called, right? Out of curiosity. Start, end, and both. Online starts playing. Is start technically run before the text is finished being built? Like before the widget has updated its text, and end is specifically when that's finished? Or is it based on something else? Maybe like the, I don't even know. Granted, like you said, I could just force this into the widget function itself. Where's narrative? Narrative 3, content, UI, widgets. It's in one of these. Can't remember which one. Yeah, this builds the replies, doesn't it? On the next node, run start events, display text, wait, run end events, go back to next node. Problem is if you run it on the node UI, that won't be in game, just the editor. Yeah, we only need it to be in game. Because, you know, I can put all this data checking somewhere else, and primarily I just would like to just like put an event on a node and say, you know, build extra potion dialogue or something, right? Event for build extra potion dialogue. That way, the function can just handle it, and it'll display after the rest of the text has displayed. This builds replies. This is not the one we want. Current dialogue line. It's here where we build the line. It's here. Yeah, okay. I mean, there's a lot of places I could shove this and have it work, no problem. Should be doable though. The biggest challenge will just be to figure out how we can build the response for various things. I will say though, decryption working with narrative is really wonderful. We took a bit of a break from narrative to jump into fluid flux to overhaul our lake and river. And I mean, the result visually is quite nice, I must say. However, working with this has been an absolute pain in the ass. For a very similar price point that Narrative 3 is at. Yeah, I mean, it looks... Fluid Flux looks great, but the documentation is terrible. It's just really buggy. It causes crashes a lot. And its use cases are very, very minimal, if you ask me. What was I doing? Oh yeah. Window our data. Probably wouldn't put it here. I'd probably put it in here. Or, technically I shouldn't put it in here. I should put it in potion needs because we can update the potion needs mid-encounter, so we can change what potion the NPC wants. We should have responses in here for the potion needs. No, we're not trying to change the data table at runtime. We're going to be using this to store the information of potion effects and then a response to play for that. And then we can build the response from as many of the effects that have been hit when the player makes a potion. I can tell you though, I did work on a game once where I will say the team was new to Unreal Engine, right? So no fault, right? Everybody makes mistakes, but they did start by trying to change data tables during runtime. That was fun. Okay, main potion required secondary effects. Secondary effect type analyzed. New structure needed. It is, well, everyone, yeah, everybody does it. It took me ages to get into my head. Wait, so literally just read only data, why? Yeah. Yeah, I did the same thing too. I mean, I'm still making errors with my code. ST potion effect responses. Or just response. This should be a name to... We'll make it text. Well, I'm gonna have to append it anyway, so I might as well just make it string so I don't have to do an extra conversion in there. Whatever. Effect ID response. Okay, this will be main potion effect responses. Secondary potion effect responses. Beautiful. Make these both arrays. So let's test it with something then. We'll add 3 responses here for effect ID of E underscore frenzy. E underscore luck. Let's make it easy on myself, right? E underscore what are some effects? Cure poison. One works too. Frenzy response. Luck response. Or poison response. Okay, next up, let's make the narrative event. Build extra potion responses. We're probably going to need to we'll split it up between main potion and secondary potions. So we'll build up a function here. After out-of-date packages are saved. Thank you. Build extra potion responses. Do we have like an enum for main or secondary potions already? I don't think we do, but we could add that. Mission potion type. No, we do. More than primary and secondary? No, I could use a boolean. Like, you know, B is main potion, right? But something within me is just kind of like annoyed. Like, yeah, but if it's none, then are we really going to be wanting to build extra potion responses for that? Probably not. I don't know where else I use that, to be honest. I use it somewhere. Okay, we use it for like bartering and stuff. Okay, yeah, I know where we use that. That one will be fine to reuse. Potion type to... We'll just do potion type. In this case, if it's none, we'll just return. Print some debug or something. Attempt to build extra responses. Potion type. Now this should be pretty easy because we already have a way to grab the effects that were in a potion, so we can check that. What are those called though? There's get provided effect, but there's also save provided potions, get provided ingredient. Can you pass the current potion to the function so you can get it? I already have those. I should save those. We save all information of encounters and which potions were provided for an encounter. The question is, what did I call the function? Get provided ingredient. No, we totally saved this somewhere. Get provided effect. I do not know what I called it. Something with encounter. Something with potion or... Okay, let me just search it. Potion. Check all potion scores. Or calc all potions. No, that's not it. Test if player has potion. No. I know I use this. I use it in narrative already. Damn it, what did I call it? Or maybe we don't. No. No, ST potions provided. This structure, right? Yeah, encounter reference, and then we store. Okay, yeah, we do have it. So it's part of this potions provided. Provided. You have get provided ingredient and get provided effect. So maybe we don't output the... Okay, so we don't have a separate function for outputting that array, but we do have the array. It's just in the game instance. So that's fine. I also, you know what I'm going to do? No, we can just call this because it's an input. No need to promote that to a local variable. We're going to for each through these. We're gonna pull in the information too from this data table. These responses, wherever they were. These two arrays. For the main potion effect responses and secondary potion effect responses. The reason I'm going to do that is because I think it'll be easier to loop through the provided potions and check... Or, I'm sorry, loop through the effect responses and see which ones have been accounted for. And just save those indices or save a map or array of those booleans of has this effect been passed, yes or no, true, false, true, false. And then we can build it from that. It's gonna be a lot of loops though. It's definitely not optimized past prototyping. Because once we start having multiple, you know, like, I don't know, 20 or so NPCs, each of them has 5 encounters, then we're doing a shit ton of loops each time, it just kind of starts to get a little bit unoptimized. No. Cancel that. We only need to check the current encounter. Okay, I know what we need to do. Well, we need to check the last encounter, not the current encounter. How do we know that information, though? I can't see my data table. What happened to my data table? Oh, there we go. That was weird. We can pass that information. Okay, we will pass the row name then of the potion encounter. Potion encounter to, or I'm sorry, not potion encounter, but if we can change the potion need row name via encounters, then we need to save information of which potion encounter was actually used for that encounter. I don't know if we do save that. Right now we only save encounter and score threshold. We do not save information on which potion needs row name was used for that encounter. That might be a problem. Okay, we can save that. Fuck it. More RAM usage, let's go. Counter potion needs map. I think it's a dialogue class reference, or is it a dialogue? No, it's a dialogue class reference, I think, right? For the encounters, yes. And we'll map those two names. Why are you erroring out? What? That didn't change you. Wait, why are these erroring out? Did I do something on accident? I click refresh both nodes. It somehow got changed to a name, but I don't remember doing that. I didn't do that, right? On accident or something? That's the weirdest thing. I don't know if I was just spacing out and accidentally. Okay, wait. Encounter. What was this? Encounter. Potion needs. I'm going crazy or something today. I don't know what happened. Somebody can look at the reels on that one. Save encounter potion needs. I click add a new input and it shoves me back up into get current encounter. Look at that. What is going on? Unreal? Are you okay? I don't know. I'm breaking Unreal. Is my function library becoming corrupted? Because that would be bad. What are the inputs we want here? We want the dialogue reference, or we could just get current dialogue, because that's probably when we'll do it. Current potion commission ID. We don't need this then. It's weird. I just closed the function library, opened it back up, and it seems to be okay. A current encounter. Unreal 5.4, yeah, latest version. Hearing so many people have issues with 5.4, just common basic things. The amount of times this week I've seen heard, I want to go back to 5.3, it's ridiculous. Yeah, I've had problems. I've had a lot of crashes. It's obnoxious. And I don't know about you, but function libraries, macro libraries, they always seem to cause some sort of problem in my games. Especially macro libraries. There are multiple times where I've had weird issues with like structures becoming corrupted. That hasn't just been 5.4 though, that's been Unreal 5 as a whole. You go to make a build and it's like, oh, structure isn't proper, and you have to go in there and refresh the nodes, or sometimes completely remake the structure. The function library, I've got to have like 3 functions. Maybe it's a size thing, I don't know. I have no idea. So happy you never left 5.3. A green coke. Well, hopefully 5.5 will fix all these problems. Do them in C, be much better. Same with structures. Yeah, I've heard that too. I've heard that as well. Structures would be easier for me to do in C. Doing functions in C though, that's gonna be a little bit of trouble. Problems with structures are going crazy by just changing or adding anything in them. Switch to making them in C, no problems. I've had problems with changing structures with blueprints. I can't attest if those would be gone in C, but I can definitely attest to them, the problems happening in blueprints. What I call this a variable? Counter potion needs. Current commission, potion ID. That should solve that. Now we'll do git encounter. Potion needs. Makes them much more stable. Well, stability is definitely, I think, the issue here. Or lack thereof, in my case. More than once, I would say at least half a dozen times I've had builds fail simply because some structures or some, like, macro was just needed to either be refreshed or needed to be completely rewritten. Worst case, I have a couple times had to completely remake a macro library from scratch just to fix problems, and that was really annoying. And replace all the references to it. Counter, and then we'll do potion needs ID. Data table based instruction, not main C++, you're begging for problems. I have not had any problems with data tables though. I can say that. Is it git or is it find? It's find, there it is. Git for arrays, find for maps. Yeah, what kind of issues did you have with data tables? I made some pretty data heavy games and I haven't had problems with those ones. I don't see why it should be better in C++. I do believe it. Yeah, for instance, as quick and easy as they are, you do get many issues. Like when half the stuff is C++ only, it makes it feel like blueprints are always an afterthought. Yeah, blueprints are good for like prototyping or for small things, especially like generic stuff. Problems with structures and data tables. These can be easily fixed by adding and removing a variable to push update. I've had problems before 5.4, but I've had more problems at 5.4. The nice thing about blueprints is that compared to the original 4.0 release of Unreal, they're much, much faster and more optimized than they used to be. I remember back in the original 4.0 release trying to do 500 or so loops would visibly lag the game. Of really simple stuff too. We want to output the main potion, secondary potions. We're gonna have to refactor all the potion stuff. This commission? Wait, what's the difference between these two? Yeah, okay. Why was I doing this again? I'm just like blindly making functions. I forget why I needed this function. Does that happen with you guys who are coders? You're just like, why am I making this function again? Please tell me I'm not the only one. I'm not the only one? Okay. No, it doesn't happen to you, Green Coke, or no, you're not, I'm not the only one. Please validate me. Motion type. We wanted to... All we needed to know is which commission we have. I don't think we need to get encounter potion needs. We just need to grab it. I'm gonna get rid of that. I don't think we need that. Make a function, brain fog, delete the function, realize I need the function again. It's probably gonna happen here. That's why planning out your code is so important. I worked with a coder once, and she was so fucking good. She was so good at planning things out, detailing them, and organizing them into Jira. I'd pay anything to work with her again. So good. Yeah, we need encounter to check. This will be dialogue input. Oop. Not a soft object. What about Tree Fitty? I think she'd ask for a bit more than that, and to be honest, she'd be worth it. Hey, Datu. Congrats on your angler outfit. The reason is if you want functions in your structs. Give me a use case. How does that work? A function in my structure? Is that traditional usage of structures, is to put functions in them? Wait, like a function reference or something? The fuck? I don't plan my code to just make it extensible and versatile. That can waste a lot of time, you'd be surprised. Oftentimes, in a desire to make like fully modular code, you waste too much time, in which case you just need to make it... Like, you only want to make the things modular that you need to be modular. Things that you expect to use multiple times or use in future games especially. Oh, you just asked if I want to do Slayer Partner? I can do Slayer Partner. I need to finish up my Tormented Demons task, though. No strict line between using C++ and BP. That's why no one has drawn one. It's very specific. Yeah, I think that a good team utilizes both C++ and Blueprints, both. Like, within their proper pipeline for code implementation. Technical designers, artists, do stuff in BP. Things that need to be optimized or put into code are then put into code, and things that don't need to be can remain BP. Only a waste of your strap for time. That's professional game dev, isn't it? Get game instance. Counter to check. Not row names, get data table row. Example for visual stuff, I exclusively use BP for defining the architecture, the structure, and the dependencies between modules. I use C++. Yeah, I mean, I would not want to handle code architecture and blueprints. Holy shit. In fact, your code architect should be defining the pipeline for artists and technical designers for how to use blueprints, in my opinion. The code architect should not only be architect of the C++, but also architect of the blueprints. Heavy functionalities, I use C++. For more like dispatching logic, I use BP. It's a mix. Yeah, that's a good idea. Start to apply with time as you gain experience. Agree. Yeah, the function inside a struct, though, can you explain that one? Because that one's just... I've never heard that being done before. Rubber duck me through that one. Artifact. These are both ingredient effects. Okay, beautiful. So we'll do a select node with the potion type here. Sounds like you're creating a class of variables and functions. That kind of does sound that way, doesn't it? You can have a struct that holds, let's say, damage calculation parameters, and it's very convenient to have a function inside the struct that resets them. That does. Could you share like a screenshot of how that looks? You put functions inside your structs when I need the output to be transformed. Wouldn't it be better just to have like a function library though that you have that in and call that from within the code itself? Just a you're right, it is just a class. You're right. I could see a code architect getting a little triggered though at that, maybe. But I'm not a coder or architect, so I don't know. You're right, it does export that functionality. C# structs are value types, not classes. Interesting. I didn't know that. It seems like a way to compartmentalize everything related to that structure, if I'm understanding it correctly. Which I could see a code architect arguing for, and I could see one arguing it against, right? Like there may not be a best practice, but that both of these could be reasonable under different scenarios. Declutter in a big project, that's true. Lots of global functions that are not needed outside a specific module. Couldn't you have multiple libraries though that you are function, like if could you have a function library that is just being called by that class so that you can separate out your function libraries into different things, so that way you don't have one giant library of all your functions that, like you said, clutter up a big project with the global functions, and instead have like these are just for this feature, these are just for this system. Pretend I don't know what I'm talking about, because that would be the most accurate result here. Effects to test or to check. These structs and classes are the same thing, except the public access. It's default instruct, and in class, default access private. Real those structs are a little bit changed, so they are more used as value types, but still can have functions inside them. Interesting. I've heard the Unreal API is a little bit difficult to learn, but is very, very powerful. I've never worked with it though, so I can't attest to that myself. We've been playing Monkey, Black Myth Wukong. I do not know yet. Just not pure C++. Yeah, I've seen a lot of people mention just that the API for Unreal is really, really good. But I don't have much knowledge of that. I might play Black Myth Wukong. I would have to buy it. I don't know yet if I would like it. I've been trying to play more Fallout London. Haven't had much time for that though. I've heard nothing but good things about Black Myth Wukong. Effects to check. Get the encounter, get the potion type. We get the effects to check for that, and then we need to grab the two or the potions that were provided for that encounter. Which I think we mentioned we have the code for already. Potions provided. A gigantic piece of code developed years and years by great devs. It's both extremely powerful and a bit bloated. That's unavoidable. Yeah, I can imagine. They got negative reviews for pushing away Sweet Baby Inc., which is just silly. I mean, the whole Sweet Baby stuff is just wild to me. The only thing it's not that using outsourcing for writing or for like narrative design is bad. It's just that I can't imagine hiring an outsourcing company that clearly has an agenda like that. To me, that's just like, well, I don't want somebody else sticking their agenda into my game, whatever it is. I don't like that. Because, like, I don't know if the information that I'm getting back from them at that point would be, well, this is what the players would want. This is what would be good for the character, or this is what we think would be good to push our agenda. Because now it's not about the game quality or about the players, it's about how can I force my own views into other players' minds. Don't like that at all. What am I doing with this function? What was this function for? What is the desired output here? We need to know which commission was used. Hold on, I need to write this down. Yeah, I forget this shit all the time. We need to grab the commission ID that was used for the input encounter. Yeah, this is just who I am. We then need to does it matter? Take that commission ID, get the strings for the input potion type. Early onset dementia, that's true. I'm forgetting things all the time. The problem I have with Sweet Baby Inc. 2 extends to the way that they talk online. I would never hire any company that is openly shit on players. That was way across the line. I fucking hate to see shit like that. Openly attacking the players for the mere idea that they may just not agree with your views. Yeah, I forget the tweets. Sweet Baby tweets. But this one? Maybe it's on Know Your Meme. Yeah, I mean, Chris Kindred here was trying to report the group that simply mentioned if their company had been used in games, and then reporting the creator too, to try to get him banned from Steam. And that's the shit that I don't like. And I think that they've been openly racist too a couple of times. The the employees from this company. So I don't know. I don't want to hire any company that's like that, dude. That rubs me the wrong way. Grab commission ID that was used for the input encounter. Take the commission ID, get the strings for the input potion type. Grab the effects of the potion type used in the input encounter. Compare the effects to the strings or the found commission ID of the input potion type. That should be good. That's what we want to do. And I have done about none of that. In fact, all of this afterwards is not something I needed to do necessarily. Just like putting them, I think I do. I think I just like, I don't know, desire to Lego. Pretty true. Oh, I'll just gonna delete all this. We'll just reform it from start. Grab the commission ID that was used for the input encounter. Got it. First, we need to make sure that we save it though, because we don't have that set up yet. We have the function for it. We just need to plug it into the right place. Take the commission ID, get the strings for the input potion type. Okay. Get data table row at potion needs. break. Select node, potion type. Effect responses. Heading off, take care decryption. Videos to edit, oof. That's gonna take time. thanks for the luck, and good luck to you for the video editing. What a journey that's gonna be. Oh, I see the code you sent me too. Yeah, that could work. Parent get string variable. That could work. That could. Okay, grab the effects of the potion types used in the input encounter. Use the input. Okay, so we have that. Types used. Okay, yeah, we gotta do that. Effects of the potion types used in the input encounter. So we need to get the get provided effect. That's just effect though. Effects provided. That's just encounter ID though. Effect ID and effect tier. We don't care about which potion that is. It's potions provided, not effects provided. Yeah, and that's got the encounter ref. So that then we can loop through the encounter ref compared to the encounter to check if they're equal. Potion type. That should work. Yeah, that's because that's going to be everything about the potion itself, including the effects. We could just make an array of ingredient effects rather than potions. No, this will be the easier way to do it. Otherwise, I'd have to break up the secondary potions and then grab just the effects from them, and that's going to be a whole thing. So fuck that. provided potions. And those will just be for either the main potion or the secondary potions, because we can check each one separately, and we want to do that separately. Okay, that looks correct. Compare the effects to the strings for the found commission ID of the input potion type. Okay, so we want to go through each of the effect responses. We have an effect ID and a response. Then we want to, for each of these, go through, let's say with break, each of the provided potions. And then do another loop through each of the effects of each of the potions. I know, nesting 3 loops. We're featuring hard over here. And see if the more nested loops. I can't remember what the most number of loops I've ever nested was, but I think it was 4 or 5. I don't think I've ever gone past that. I don't know if it was in this game either, if it was something else. One, two, not much here. I don't remember where. I do a lot of like data-driven games, so there's a lot of looping and nesting that I have to do. But I kind of like that too. That's what I like the most about being a systems designer. Okay, for each response, we need to go through each of the potions and check, was this effect provided? We don't care about tier, we just care, was the effect provided? And I'm not going to care about tier. I know it would be cool. I could have different responses for different tier types. Oh, I could do that easily, actually. Oh, that would bloat scope, though. But I could do it. No, for now, just effects. If we want to add in tiers, we can do that later. We have the information here. If it's true, let's just save the array index. Response indices to do we want to do it that way, or do we want to do it? Yeah, we'll do an array of integers. Successful response indices. That'll work. Do we use... Wait, we have effects to check. We don't use that one anymore, right? Yeah. Build extra potion responses. Now, assumedly we would want to build this in here. We'll do valid index. False will simply return. Otherwise, we will do a for each loop with this. And for each array element, we will get a copy. Sorry, not a reference copy. Heads up with the break input on the loop is still unused. You're right. Yeah. Thank you for that. Did we need that break? Do we need that? I put that there because if we find the effect... Yeah, it's just to prevent... it won't break the functionality, but it's just going to be to prevent extra looping that doesn't need to be done. Thank you for that. Appreciated. I like to do that as kind of like good coding practice, right? Why do extra loops if we don't need to do it? Yeah. It always bothered me that these lines do not line up. I always hated that. It's either a little bit below or a little bit above. Triggers me. Okay, well, we have the responses. Now we need to build it in a way that, like, that makes sense. This is going to be up to the way that we write. Because think of it this way. Let's say we have this example here, right? Invisibility, damage, health. So the NPC says, you know, thanks for that potion you gave me. We'll keep it simple. I detected, or let's just say his response is, let's make it even simpler. I became invisible when I drank it. When I drank it, it hurt me. Got whipped up into a frenzy when I drank it. Became paralyzed when I drank it. Keep it consistent there. Felt a bit lucky when I drank it. Okay, so now the issue is that the player can have any of these effects on the potions that they give, in addition to the things that they're supposed to have. So we want to build a response that seems reasonable with these, let's just say 5 input strings, but these can occur in any order, right? So if, for instance, the player doesn't provide invisibility but provides damage health, or let's say the player provides invisibility and damage health, well, that would be like, I became invisible when I drank it. Realistically, it should also be like, also, when I drank it, it hurt me. That seems to be the most reasonable way, because then this just adds this here highlighted. And the rest of it we can plug in and just remove the capitalization of the first letter. That's the most reasonable way, even though it sounds a bit stiff. If we want this feature and we want to do it in a way that is relatively easy to implement or doesn't just put us overboard with scope and work for something that doesn't really matter, then this is the only way we can really do it, is to append something simple that builds the string in a believable way without being too much work. But it does not sound great. Or we go even simpler. I became invisible. It hurt me. Let's see. Let's make these all lowercase. For a very good reason. Except for I, because I would always be capitalized, right? No periods, no punctuation of like ending sentences and things like that. Commas are kind of okay depending on when we use it. This way we start with I became invisible and it hurt me. I think this would be the case of 1 and 2, right? Responses 1 and 2. This way we just append and in between. We know that there's only 2 in there. That's easy, we can check. You know, is there only 1 thing in there? Are there 2? Add a period at the end, no problem. Let's say we have 2, 4, and 5. It hurt me. I became paralyzed. I felt a bit lucky. I became invisible, but I felt hurtful twist in my stomach. What foul mixture did you sell me? But the thing is, we'd have to build that like dynamically, because it's really easy to write it in a way that is like personalized, right? But the thing is, how do we know it is possible, but it's also really, 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 really challenging? Because what happens if we don't have any invisibility, right? Like if we take your example of I became visible, but I felt a hurtful twist in my stomach. Thank you, Minecraft, for this wonderful addition. I can append parts of this, but you know, what would we append, right? Because what if the player only applies that damage health? It would be, I felt a hurtful twist in my stomach. Invisibility is good, theoretically. Hurtful, you know, this damage health is negative. So we could do different appendings based on whether the effect is positive or negative. But it would be very, very hard to control. These are the two actions. These are the two strings, and then this is the additional appending, right? Let's go with the effect name itself. Well, how do we append all 5 of these things in a way that sounds reasonable and isn't too much work? Hey, Bleacha. Because of course this sounds better, right? This is more personalized, it just makes more sense. And we can always change these once we have them in the game, but we need a way to append them that sounds good. Oh, the end makers struggle with it, yeah, it is. I think we can get effect, whether an effect is positive or negative. I don't know if we have that in here, though. Get provided effect. No. Somewhere I do test effects to see if they're positive or negative, but I don't recall where I do that. It's got to be in the UI. I'm going to typically just made it a function that hard-coded all the possible permutations. There'd be a lot of permutations in Chronicles, that's for sure. Impossible to hard-code. All you need is having a mixed set of sentences you can mix together. Either sentences or parts of sentences that I can then mix. I can do multiple sentences. We know whether the encounter, if the potion... Let me back up. We know whether or not, I believe... No, we can get it. If the... Calm, speak clearly. We can test whether or not the commission provided bonuses or penalties to certain effect types or qualities. So if it's a positive effect and we provided bonuses to positive effects, we know that, so we can speak about that in a positive light. And vice versa, for negative effects. So if you provided a poison and you provided additional negative effects on that poison, we could speak about in a way that that is a good thing. Even though those are negative effects, in this case, those negative qualities are a good thing to have. Would players prefer that it... This is going to be a game design quandary here. Would players prefer that it sounds a bit stiff but is more reactive? Because I think making it sound good would require an enormous amount of work. Making it reactive requires less work if we want to make it a bit more stiff. Because it's easy for me to write 5 sentences of these effects that were provided and just append them to each other. That's easy shit to do, right? We have that, in fact. You know, this pretty much I can just do it right here, no problem. Making that sound believable, though. Is it worth the effort necessarily? I think to an extent. I think players, once they see it, it does not have to be one sentence. That's where I'm thinking we could determine if the commission provided penalties or bonuses to certain effect types, we could. Is the guy speaking dialogue too? Yes. I could do multiple dialogue. I could do multiple dialogue lines. Not necessarily, though. With narrative 3, that might be a little bit tougher to do. Dynamically. Sometimes you spend hours and hours in research design something that the player will pass by for several seconds. Don't do that. True. True. But there are also times where the time you spend and dedicate to making a system that responds to players' actions, even in a subtle way, players do feel that. Especially because it is a response to player actions. To a player sometimes being able to say, well, what if I did this? What if I did that? Customer returning to the shop to complain, boast about the purchased goods. Sometimes, yes. Is player asking how the last purchase was? It could be either. It just depends on what we want to do with the NPC in that case. Like sometimes if you, I don't know, let's use like a kind of innocuous one where maybe the player, the NPC was asking for a restore health potion, and you provided a restore health potion with also the effect of invisibility on it. You know, how would that change the story? In each case, maybe it changes the encounter completely. Maybe it, which we can do. Maybe it just changes some dialogue lines, which we can also do. It would require a bit of story in the dialogue to be a fun read. Yeah. We need like a real case scenario for this. There's kind of a few options. We could either just order response based on lowest index. Only play one response. Pros and cons of this is that pro, we can write a very, very detailed, lengthy description about what happened with that additional effect. Con, we can only do that with one effect. Also mentioning, like, instead of dialogue, you get the scroll on screen with the potion effects, price, quality, icon, etc. on screen. Well, the way that we show that to the NPCs is probably going to be iterated upon. Like right now, we do have dialogue responding to player choice, right? If you provide, for instance, a too harsh of an effect, you might end up with killing, or in this case, actually, the first NPC you meet, his first request is a paralysis potion to interrogate a leader of a bandit, right? If you put damage health on that paralysis potion, it will kill the bandit leader, and the outcome will be that the NPC could not be the bandit leader could not be interrogated by the NPC, and so now you've branched the pathway for that NPC, right? He wasn't able to learn where his gold was being stored. So we want to do something similar where this response or this effect was not big enough to change the fate, but it did change the outcome of that encounter, and it just needs to be responded to in dialogue. So it's like, oh, I asked for restore health, but it also restored my stamina. You know, thanks for putting that on my potion as well. And for anybody who may not know our potion system, it is a very free-form potion system. So you have effects on your ingredients. You can mix those effects. You can really end up with a potion with anything on it. You know, I'll just throw some in here and see if we get anything good. Hopefully we get some positive and negative effects on here. We did not. That'll do it. So we can, you know, throw in anything and we can get any sort of potion we want. It's like, what happens if a mage is asking for regenerate mana 2, but you also have frenzy 2 on that potion? How does that affect this story? Some of it will have to be hard-coded, like the changes in encounter, which we have, for instance. I'll show you. We'll get Spoon coming here. Here he comes. We'll make his paralysis potion, and I'll show you what happens if you put paralysis potion. Will that be okay? Paralysis 1. I might need paralysis 2. Hold on. There we go. And I need a damage health potion. We'll do both. That works. So we'll give him that paralysis potion just as it is. He's going to come back. He's going to be happy. He's like, I was able to interrogate the bandit leader. Had no problem. I know where my gold is. Now I need some additional help for the next part of our of his quest. As long as it isn't bugging out. You know, that potion you gave me last time? Well, it worked. I learned where that bastard hid my gold, right? Great work, Spoon. Okay. Need another potion. Great for you. And he gives me some loot. Thank you so much for that. However, what are we up to today? We are adding some more complexity to our dialogue system. And it is a struggle. We'll provide the damage health potion again. That's the main one that he needs. This isn't part of his this complexity. The complexity then comes from the paralysis. Let's take the purple desert flower, paralysis 2, corrupted toadstool, and let's add the toxicap. Now we have paralysis 2 and damage health 2. Now he specifically mentions when he comes up to you, he says, "I need this paralysis potion as well," or you can talk to him about it. Let's just say, and he says, "I need to interrogate the leader, so don't put anything on there that might kill him." You obviously defied his wishes here. Maybe you accidentally did it, maybe you purposefully did it, and that's going to get the bandit leader killed, and now he needs to find another way to make some gold back. He says, "I'm not happy, whatever you put in that paralysis potion fucked him up. And when I poured that shit down his throat, he died. What do? You can say, oops, I made the mistake. Are you sure it was the potion?" Or you can say that that's what you get. Now you will never find your money. "Purposely sabotage me? That's right, now get out of my forest. Your forest stinks anyway, and worse than the sewers. Be gone, foul goblin. Be gone. Out of my forest with you. You bitch." And now he won't come back. Now we have Alaric instead. Mr. Mage Boy. So we do already have narrative responses to the potions you give, right? But these are changes in encounter, and not changes necessarily in small bits of dialogue. We could still do small changes like, hey, did you provide this effect? That's easy to do, but if we want to have a more robust system of having multiple responses and allowing them to append onto each other, depending on what you provided, that's where our current challenge is. Let's use this first encounter with Spoon as an example of what effects do we have and what effects might generate a unique response by Spoon. These are the effects we have in the game right here. These are temporary effects. And we can do this separately. We can do this for main potions and we can do it for secondary potions. So the main potion he requests is a damage health potion to, hey, Bubby Bite, to slice up some of the bandits on his way to get to the leader, right? Kill them with some poison, easy. Then he asks, the secondary potion is for the paralysis that he can use on the bandit leader. What, with the Minecraft? Oh, I'm just playing some music. Minecraft has good music. So let's say just for the main potion for damage health, we probably don't want it to restore health, right? And we could even say that if regenerate health or restore health is provided on the main potion, that that fails. That fails the encounter. He's not going to be able to kill these bandits. They'll stay alive. He'll get captured or whatever. These are prefixed with E because that is the way that I can call them for strings. So that when we show it to the player, we know that these are effect strings. Just stands for effect in this case. We probably also don't want cure poison, right? Because damage health is going to be a poison in this case. So cure poison would probably have a unique response. Cure disease, probably not. Fortify carry weight probably wouldn't matter at all. Invisibility could have a fun response. Regenerate health, probably not great. Resist magic doesn't matter. These don't matter. Fear, frenzy, slow, could. Paralysis, luck. So on the main potion, we would want these effects to generate unique responses. And in some cases, change the outcome of the encounter itself. That's a lot. That is a lot. Now, the player can probably only end up with, I don't even know, maybe 6 or 7 of these if they really, really work their ass off, right? Because you can only put 5 things into the cauldron, and each ingredient can have a maximum of 4 effects. It's very unlikely that they'll be able to get more than 6 or 7 of these if they really tried hard. Now, in the case of our encounter here, Cure Poison would be considered a negative thing. Fortify Block, negative as well. Same for this. This probably would be like neutral. So we'll do, just a dash for neutral. Regenerate health would be negative, restore health, resist poison. Those would be bad. Damage health is already part of it, so we don't need that. Fear would be a positive thing. Frenzy would be positive. Slow, paralysis. So these are the response types that the NPC should have, depending on what effects were provided on the potion. Fuck, this is complicated. It's complicated, but I can imagine that if you're making a potion for Spoon, right? You're like, okay, I'm going to make you this damage health potion. I assume that, paralysis would be a good thing to put on there too, so maybe this will help him. Having the game respond to that with a unique bit of dialogue, I think is actually pretty cool. I think once players pick up on that the game is doing that, not only will it encourage them to experiment more, it might also discourage them from putting effects on the potions that may not be wanted by the person that they're, making it for. I think it's an exceptional bit of, or an exceptional way to encourage emergent gameplay. If you experiment, the game will respond to that experimentation. If the game doesn't respond to that experimentation, then you just have a linear game with a freeform system, but it's always going to be leaning back on the lowest common denominator, right? So if you have super awesome freeform system here, but linear story that doesn't respond to it, then the game is only going to be as good as the response to that system, which isn't much. So if we have super freeform system, we need to have the game respond to that so that it reaches that same level of quality and responsiveness. That makes sense. So as difficult as this is exactly what we need to do. So we'll start with the main potion responses. And there should be 11 things in this array. We'll start with E, Cure Poison. Fortify Block. Let's also make note too of the effects that will forcibly end the encounter, because we can already do that. So we'll say effects that are so bad that if you include them on the potion, it's gonna screw things up. That would be like Fortify Health, Cure Poison, Regenerate Health, Restore Health, Resist Poison. We get some stuff done, even though I do not feel like it right now. Maybe we'll return it later. Yeah, take care, Bubby Bite. It's always good to see you guys, even if you're just checking up on how it's going. Ends encounter. Block probably wouldn't, but it would just, he might mention that it made it harder. Fortify health, probably similar. We'll see if these exist on the potion that you provide him. It's considered that he dies. You sabotaged his potion with effects that were too negative. That is actually very easy to do here. Thief dialogue, Thief 1 encounter potion outcomes. We just will add 4 new encounter outcomes. Well, I added 5. Yeah, we only need 4. So similar to here, we will do provided effect, E cure poison, outcome trigger sub-value will be main potion, choice update, actually we can do character status update, thief, outcome sub-value, dead. And we can test that right now, actually. Okay, here he comes. So we'll make a damage health potion with cure poison on it. Now normally this potion here should provide a passing grade, especially because the Frenzy 2 is considered, it's a negative effect, you can see there in orange, and you should just get the base response from him, the normal passing. But if this works, which it should, if I coded it correctly, he'll just die. He won't appear, we'll have Blue Dick Boy, Alaric the Mage instead. Unless I made a mistake. Nope. Okay, so that kills him. Beautiful. So we'll do the same thing here, but for... regenerate health. We'll be a little bit generous. We'll say regenerate health doesn't, or we can at least test it on a certain tier. So maybe if regenerate health is above outcome trigger comparative greater than or equal to regen health tier. What tiers do we have? We'll say tier 3. Yeah, we'll do tier 2. Restore health. Resist poison at any tier will work. We'll test these two. So if we provide regenerate health or restore health on the poison at tier 1, we shouldn't have a problem. He should still show up, in which case we want to have a response for that. Tier 2 plus ends encounter. Want some snow, Spoon? Here, have some snow. There you go, buddy. And wait out in the cold. We'll make our damage health potion. And then we will put regenerate health 1 on it. I love that planet in the background now. I don't know, it's just, it feels so good. The volumetric clouds, the distant mountain spires, that planet looming in the distance. Looks awesome. Oh, why didn't the poison work? Damage health 2, frenzy 2, regen health 1. I mean, he didn't die, so it must have been the potion score wasn't enough. Maybe it penalized too much? Oh, it might have been just too much, because damage health 2 was the required. Yeah, hold on. It didn't bug out. It's just we penalize, in this case we penalize positive effects pretty heavily. And I think we didn't have enough. We didn't have enough known about things in order to. What am I trying to say? The way we score our potions is that in this case he wanted it poisoned, so we had a positive effect on there, and we penalized the final score a little bit too heavily. So when we need to remake this, but we need to put something heavier on it, like something that's more damaging. Something like damage health 3 would be great. Fermented toxic hap. Damage health 3. Frenzy. Anything else negative we can put on that? Not really. That should do it though. That should be just enough to scrape by. Oh yeah, especially with the fear on it too. That's perfect. Okay, that'll be beautiful. That's a great potion for testing this. As you can see, like it's mostly it's a good potion. Damage health 3, frenzy, fear, these are all things that would be great to use as a poison if you're going into a bandit camp and you want to slice them up a bit, right? The regenerate health 1 is a little bit not great, but it's not the end of the world. And so in this case, it shouldn't matter. It shouldn't do anything. But if we do the same thing, but we provide regenerate health 2 instead or higher, that's where we would want to have the case of it didn't work. It counteracted the negative effects. Although for some reason it isn't functioning well. What's going on here with this story? Where's my bug? We end up with 2B. Why do we end up with 2B? Character status Thief Alive. Effect provided. That's paralysis, but that's on secondary potions. And that's false. Kill bandolier with poison, false. One of these spawning conditions must be hitting true. Oh no, technically that's okay. No, there wasn't any problem. It's because we didn't provide the paralysis potion. Duh. There's actually no issue at all. Okay, that's fine then. That's fine then. What we need to test now is whether or not if we provide regenerate health 2 on this, if it kills him. Okay, damage health. Toadstool. Toxicap, that should be fine. Regenerate health 2. Add that. This might be a bit overkill. Yeah, we have the poison. That's fine. We have the resist poison. Both of these are great. These should both end up with him being killed, although I could try to get regenerated health 2 or more without that. Yeah, fortify carry weight doesn't matter. Although actually I think that won't be a good enough potion. The score won't be high enough. Because these two will penalize it pretty heavily. Regen health 1. 1. 1. Perfect. I hate how many menus the player has to click through for that. That's gonna need to be refactored. Okay, perfect. That gets him killed. Okay, so we know that the logic of that is working properly. These work properly. What we need to do is write custom responses for these 7 plus these 2 at lower tiers. A lot of data for this game. An awful lot of data. That's why I love it. Okay, fortify block, fortify health. Visibility. Generate, restore. Fear. I just crashed the engine. Son of a bitch. Always engine crashes. Oh, you guys want to hear a funny story too? So you know on Tuesday we reacted to that video about like publishers and indie publishers or whatever. Were you guys here for that? The creator of that video got in touch with me, and he was pretty angry. He was not happy that I reacted to his video. Primarily because he wasn't happy that I mentioned that I was not personally wanting to paywall content. Why is that crashing? Okay. Okay, let it reload. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I'm crashing the engine. What a classic day. Here, B. Okay, but can we not crash this time, please? So yeah, as I was saying, this bozo contacted me and was complaining that he never wanted me to react to another one of his videos again. That's pretty much like the first thing he said. He's like, I'm just gonna cut to the chase. I was like, whoa, dude. Tell me the issue first. And he was just saying, like, you seem to, you were shitting on my Patreon and stuff. I'm just paraphrasing here at this point. And it's because I mentioned like because he was like paywalling his content behind Patreon, right? Like his videos, and it's like, okay, that's fine. You can make money however you want. I just didn't want to do that because I don't really like the idea of I'm trying to help out some, aspiring developers here. I just help people learn how to make games. I don't really want to have people pay for that, Like, it just doesn't fit with who I am. I don't believe education, like advice like that, should be paywalled. If I'm making like some long ass tutorial, some I don't know 100 episode tutorial on how to make this big system, yeah, sure, maybe there's an excuse to paywall then, right? Because that's kind of like that's a whole ass series about how to do something pretty in depth. But for random advice and like helping people out, telling people what it's like to pitch to a publisher or something like that, I just don't think I would personally ask money for that. This guy though was not happy. He was not happy at all. A cure poison ends encounter. Fortify block. I think we have all of them here. Fortify block response. I offered two to just like, hey, do you want to, maybe call about this? Because I think there's been a misunderstanding. He did not want to do that. I don't know. The guy was a bit rude. Seemed a bit egotistical too. The response. We'll just put these in here for now. These will help us test if it's actually working right. Okay, so we have the responses for the main potion effects on that. Let's jump over to our function library. Our game instance. We still need to set up the save encounter potion needs. This should probably go in... where? Save encounter. Probably when a new encounter is spawned. And because encounters can be updated through dialogue, you can convince an NPC that they want a different potion, that they should have a different potion, right? We probably should also do it there as well. So we'll do when a new encounter is chosen. Hey, Cuthbert. Is that what interests you, Cuthbert, is being able to change the potion needs through dialogue? I do like that feature, honestly. Adds a lot of possibilities. Where am I looking? Data, story, events. Update potion commission. This minority used priority queue will be overwritten with a new value. Okay, perfect. Current potion commission ID. Update per potion. Okay, beautiful. So if row exists, we want to call save encounter potion needs. I don't think I told you, Cuthbert, but oh no, you saw it in general about that guy. It was wild. Yeah, I think it was just a misunderstanding. You'd think, though, that he would approach it a bit more diplomatically, like, hey, what did you mean by that? Because, you know, of course I say things wrong all the time. Try putting yourself in front of a camera for thousands of hours. You'll make mistakes. Okay, that looks okay. We need to also do this whenever we save current encounter or update current encounter. Update and count. Okay, that's not it. We don't need that. We need here. After update encounter. I guess fair deal that you don't want somebody to react to your content, but don't try to play ethical. High ground for 13 concurrent viewer stream. They're however less experienced in game dev from what I remember. They came from IT and that sim builder was most of their team first game ever. I mean, yeah. But it's like ethics are different for each person, right? I mean, that's what makes it philosophical, is that what someone considers ethical is different than what someone else considers ethical. Similar to morality, right? What is considered good or bad depends on the individual. So while doing action A may not be what I think is ethically okay, for other people it is. You know, I mentioned, for instance, on the stop killing games, that I don't like the idea that if game costs go up, companies will probably increase microtransaction amount and price in their game to help offset live service costs. I don't think that is a good ethical trade-off. However, most players seem to be okay with that. They don't mind it. So, you know, ethics are different for each person. So if I don't believe in ethically paywall, or if I don't believe that it is ethical for me to paywall my educational content, that doesn't mean that it is unethical for others to do so. It just means that I don't think it is fitting my ethical desires. And even then, compared to a lot of the other shit that can happen, I don't think it's that bad. You can charge for books, you can charge for your videos if you want. There's nothing unethical about that. Maybe ethical is the wrong word to use here. It's just maybe I don't want to do it. Maybe it has nothing to do with ethics. Maybe I shouldn't have used that word in the video. It is what it is. This is the same stuff. Couldn't we just link this all together? I feel like that game devs as a whole don't like to share their R&D compared to IT. Yes, I agree. I feel the
Hey!
same way. Hey, thank you, Ugly Stepsister, for the follow. I 100% agree about that. Game dev is way too secretive. It has been for a long time. I think that it makes it incredibly difficult to break into the industry and to understand what you need to do. I think ethics and morals are that subjective. You don't think so? Personally, I do. I think they're subjective to culture, to personal beliefs, religion, to the laws of a country, which I guess kind of all plays into. I guess you could argue that's culture, or I guess society. I don't really know the hierarchy here. Like, is oh, do you mean something else? Country laws don't need to be ethical. No, they don't. But I think that what is considered ethical does depend on what a society deems is ethical, which is usually kind of like built around laws, right? You don't agree with that, okay? Yeah, voice your opinion on that. I try to figure out what I was doing. Like a lot of us want one of those to be universal, but that's something that we have to learn that neither will be. What do you mean, ugly stepsister? Do you mean like ethics and like morals or something else? Okay, we save it, we grab it. Um, Give me one. Type your things while I try to figure out what I was doing because I forgot. Okay, we have the potion needs. We have them in here. The responses. We need to build the responses. For now, let's just append them into each other to see if it's working properly, and we'll return that string. Response. Build response. This will be a string too. For now, we will append build response space response. However, if the array index is equal to 0, we can simply set the built response to the response. Otherwise, well, there'd be more universal moral or ethical code that could be found in all cultures, countries, etc. But now I think I understand there is no perfect code that is universal. I kind of feel that way too. You know, I guess it's like a. I think as when you're a kid, you kind of have this maybe pop culture reference and law reference of what is right and wrong, because you say, oh well, action A is wrong, but then it's like you start to dive into ethics and it's like, okay, well, stealing is wrong, but what if you're stealing to feed your family? You know, it's like, okay, well, you know, there's an argument to be made for that, but you're also stealing from somebody who needs to make money to feed their family. It's like, where do you draw the line? It's like, so yeah, it's like, I think it's subjective, but how do you even define what's right and wrong, and how do you define what is moral if you can't even reasonably define what is right and wrong? I think there are some actions that you can reasonably say are right and wrong, but there are others that are way too murky, I think. Cheating is legal but unethical. From perspective of harming another person, yeah. We have culture where stealing is considered accepted behavior, or cool like in 90s Poland, but it's still unethical to take other people's belongings. There are gray areas where it's hard to say what is ethical. I agree. Yeah. We might be on the same page then, Cuthbert, but just defining it in different ways. Like, how do you even define what's right or wrong, or what's ethical or unethical? I think some things are easy, right? I think, rape. I don't think there's any argument to say that this is a good thing, ever. I would like to see somebody try and argue that, but I don't think anybody could or should. But there are other cases, like, with things that are less immediately severe. Like stealing. Stealing, you have I would say, like, a scale of whether it's good or bad, or whether it's bad or really, really, really bad, right? Who is it harming? Who are you stealing from? Why are you stealing? Did that person steal the thing in the first place? Are you stealing it back? Are you reclaiming it? So, you know, that has a scale. Response. Hold on, let me append period to that. Ethical equals where both parties respected and no damage was caused in the process. Ethical means where both parties have been respected and no damage was caused in the process. Or I think that that both parties accept the amount of respect and damage that was caused. What language are you coding this in? This is Blueprints for Unreal. So this is the visual scripting language of Unreal. So if you don't have any coding knowledge, this is the alternative. You can also do hold on. Last index is equal to current index. Are you looking to make games ugly, stepsister? There's so many languages. There are a lot of languages. Is there a language? Yeah, it's kind of a visual front end for C++ code behind the scenes. So all of these they are calling code from the source, but they're all written in C++. I think for the most part. I gotta know a little C++. I think knowing some C++ is great. It's one of the most standard coding languages for games. And if you know Unreal, you have a very, very easy career path. Unfortunately, knowing other engines, like, for instance, Godot is really good for indie developers, but there's also a point where having a lot of Godot knowledge does make it a little bit difficult, I would say, to get a career moving forward, right? What are the languages you learned in college? How many languages did you learn in college? I never went, so you have to forgive me for that one. I don't know what I would have gone to school for, to be honest. If I had the time and maybe I was a bit younger, I would go to college for, I don't know. I don't know what I would do with it. Not going to college for coding is probably the smart idea. I do think there are a lot of degrees that don't require you to go to school for it. What if somebody is dying of hunger and just steal one bread? Well, in that case, I can still say stealing is still unethical, yeah, but there were circumstances that made it ethically acceptable. So my point, stealing is always ethically bad. But I don't think that you can say stealing is always ethically bad, because if there are circumstances that make it ethically okay, then it's more like, how do we define? I don't know. Maybe I'm understanding the word wrong. I don't know. Murder is bad, killing people in self-defense is still bad, but you had reason to do an unethical thing. But in that case, is murder then unethical? Or is murder ethically gray? I don't know. Learn Python, Java, and C++. I've heard Python is good to learn if you're starting game dev. Look at these epic potions. Oh, those are pretty well made. I like those. Wowee. Only $1.52 for them. It's pretty cool. Yeah, those look really nice. Free, you can use these in non-commercial projects and you can modify them. Paid version for $1.50 minimum. Oh, they're AI generated. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say. Speaking of ethics. Speaking of. Yeah, they look good, but now that they said that they're AI generated, it's like, oh, you're just charging for AI. In which case, wait. You can't put a license on them if they're AI. If they're mid-journey AI generated, you can't put an additional license on them, as far as I know. Yeah, you can't. You can charge money for them, but you can't say that. Wait, can you? Well, I don't even know. I want a model license and the copyright. The images are unique and you can use them where you want without any worries. That's what they all say. That is what they all say. Okay, we have a response. Now I need to go into the build extra potion response. Function override. Execute event. Build extra potion responses. We will have an encounter. And a potion type. I don't know about you guys. I love talking ethics and morality. I think it's just so interesting because none of us can be wrong. None of us can be wrong about ethics and morality, if you ask me. Content, hold on, I gotta see where we want to do this. Narrative 3, UI, widgets, overlay. This is where it builds the response. We have the dialogue line and the node. Illegal reference. What? May only reference assets from engine content. The fuck is an illegal reference? I broke a law? What'd I do? Is it because the plugin can only reference it didn't go through customs? Did you guys hear that in where was it? New Zealand? I think Charlie had a video recently about it, but in New Zealand they will fine you money if you bring in an apple. You can't bring in apples to New Zealand. And a bunch of passengers got in trouble because the airline gave every passenger a free apple as like a snack. And so some people kept the apple to eat later, and they brought in the apple not being told that they can't bring in an apple, and they were fined like a couple $100 for bringing in the apple to New Zealand. And it was like, it wasn't them that brought it, it was the airline that gave it to them, knowing they would land in the country and were not told that they couldn't bring apples in. Like, that's fucked up. The airlines should 100% give the money back for that. It's so stupid. I got 25% of the fine income. But this is on NPC dialogue line started. We don't want it on start. We want it on end. Hold the phone. On NPC dialogue line finished. Oh, you know what I think I did? I think I unhooked this. I think I unhooked this event. Yeah, I did. Let me rehook that up. I still don't know why that's bitching about an illegal reference. I think it can go to fuck itself, to be honest. I'll just unhook this and... Dialogue line text, set text, rich text block. Okay, so what we're gonna do is unfinished, get the rich text block or the response. Current dialogue line, get text. Build extra, what did I call it? Oh no, I can't call function library functions from here because it's a plugin. Shit. Really? Hotspur, do you know how to do this? Is there a way that I can, through this plugin, call something from my function library? It also doesn't like that I've referenced something that's outside of the plugin itself, and I don't know how to fix that. It says I can only reference engine content and plugin narrative content here. Couldn't I just duplicate that then? Like, I want to reference this function through the plugin. Shit. I could still call the game instance, so I guess I could make it a function of this widget. Can't reference game things in plugin. Shit. In plugin, you can only reference engines, self-plugin, other plugins, and modules if you add them as requirement. Plugin project file. Great. Okay, so I don't know how to... Unless... I can read the events on the node, and if the node being called has the event that I'm looking for, I can make a call to that node directly to play a function. Though that may... I mean, I could also put a function in the game instance itself. I can call the game instance. I can't call a function from the function library. I can call the game instance. I can just have a function run through that. That seems doable. It's pretty backwards, but it'll work. And I think we do this in some way, right? I could swear somewhere else we check if an event is... Okay, yeah, get display name. I see, perfect, okay. That's what we want to do. This is really stupid, but it'll work. And this will be NE build extra potion responses. You know, I wonder, actually, you know that saving, that loading issue we had, Cuthbert? I wonder if it's because of this illegal reference. With the rich text. Fuck, I can't get the game instance. I thought I could, but I can't. Ah, shit, okay, I don't know how to do this then. I know how we can do this. Get all widgets of class. Narrative 3 overlay. Well, question is taking no side and being neutral, sometimes actual taking bad side. I've heard that. There might be some cases where it's true, but I think it also gets overused by people. Especially for people who are more like in the middle of an issue. Like with abortion, let's say, like a very hot button issue like abortion. Some people will say, if you can't take a side, then you're with the people who want to do, you want to kill all babies, or whatever, or something, you know? Like, not politically. Like what, with like murder? Give me an example. Give me an example. What's it called in this? It is called the current dialogue, whatever. Get current dialogue line. Get text. Set text. That might work. That way we don't have to touch anything of narrative itself. We will just grab this event and we'll make sure to execute it at the end of the dialogue being made, right? I don't know if we can override that by default. I don't think we can. We can. Event runtime is at end. Now it's not complaining at me, that's weird. Oh, it is when trying to save, okay. If it was already, maybe it has a rich text in here. Let's see if it has one. Narrative default UI rich text narrative dialogue. I have a sister who's 18 and she gets thrown out of house because parents are angry at her because she didn't want to go with them on vacation. So that's quite a response. You want to go on vacation with us? Well, get out. You want to stay neutral, not take her into my house. She'll need to find herself a new house while going to 2 high schools. She'll be homeless for some time. It's not piss. This is a very specific situation. This is a very, very specific situation. Can you reword this? So your sister, you want to stay neutral, so you're not going to take her into your house. And she'll have to find a new house. She'll be homeless for some time. Because you don't want to piss your parents off. Okay, so I see. So by being neutral, not taking anyone's side, you look like the bad guy to her. But are you? I mean, I guess it depends on who... But I guess it depends on who's looking at you, right? That's why, like, to your parents, you might be seen as a savior in this case, right? That they wanted to do something specific, by teach her a lesson, let's just say. So by you not helping her, they might see you as the good guy, but she might see you as the bad guy. Which is why I think that ethically, it's in the eye of the beholder. You know, for instance, if someone's son commits the big old grape without a G, and the father of the woman, the daughter who got raped, kills the son in retaliation. Well, some people may look at that and say, well, he was in its right, but the parents of the son might say, well, while this act was bad, we don't think that it warranted you killing our son, right? So it's like, depending on whose eyes you look through, you're going to have a different view of the ethics and morality of that situation. Or at the very least, the ethics. Where's my rich text? Here it is. Can I copy these in? Not really. Not easily. I want to merge 2 data tables, but I don't think I can do that. I could export both of these as CSVs and just copy in the information. Maybe we'll do that. My rich text. Narrative rich text. And then we re-import. Oh, I can't re-import. Wonderful. I can modify it, but I can't re-import it apparently. Great, thanks. Thanks, game. Do we ever use like bold, italic? Guess we can try. I'm pretty sure we do use bold and italic. I have to talk with somebody, and I do think not taking your sister in after she was thrown out by parents due to some small argument is taking parents' side, not being neutral in the case. Yeah, I could argue that you are taking the parents' side. I would agree with that. But then again, it's like, it has to do with family. I mean, do you have a familial obligation at that point? Just the brother and then the brother declined, then it's different. I don't know, I could argue for both. Mine is saying you want to stay neutral. It's kind of true. Brain health versus declining versus averting eyes, so to speak. I don't know. I mean, I think you guys are both right. You're just a fence sitter, Mr. Raptor. Just like all your other opinions, you're too scared of taking any side. I get told that a lot. A fence sitter, family matters family matters are fucked up. I don't know, it's like I really can see both sides in this. I agree that not doing anything because of like, I don't know, it's like I see that you do have like a familial obligation to help your family if they're needing that help. I don't know. Matters is what helps you sleep at night. Alcohol. Theoretically, if I did this right, I should be able to add the narrative event here or build extra potion responses. And if we can trigger Thief 2A, I'll put it on 2B as well. Theoretically, this should work. Also, before we go any further, let me update the overlay with the rich text block from narrative. Okay, we're good. No neutrality for dragged into it. Ultimately, sides and blames don't matter to the person on the street, right? Personally, unless the brother is somehow reliant on the parents, raised the sister, not providing shelter is either a dick or spineless move. But always prioritize my sibling over my parents. What if your sibling was dangerous to have in your house? Like, what if there was a genuine fear for your own safety? It may not be the case with you, Kotzberg, but it is with someone. All I will say. If there's a safety concern, my dynamic with my brother would be different, and then I wouldn't say what I did. Problem is, who is escalating? I mean, would it matter who's escalating? It's like, I guess it's like, what do you reasonably expect in your house? Do you expect that you, the owner, an occupier of the house, are safe? In which case, I think that no matter who it is, you don't necessarily have an obligation to bring somebody into your house that deliberately might cause harm to you. I mean, you could make that argument for anything, but if you know that there's a significant possibility and especially if it's not just your safety, but like the safety of your wife or your husband or your kids or whatever. Like, I could see an argument that you almost have an obligation. Care for your own safety is the paramount, but that's a rigid, clear-cut scenario. That is pretty, yeah. Let's see if we can put invisibility on this as well. It's a lot of invisibility though. Maybe not invisibility 3. Maybe that works. We'll make a paralysis potion 2. That'll work. Because invisibility and fortify block should appear, and same with the frenzy. God, please work. Please work. Please do it, just work. Oh, this is Thief. No, it's Thief 2A. Why did that not work? It did add... Can I see what the current dialogue line has? It definitely added lines to it. It just didn't build the text properly. So maybe there's an issue with the function itself. Both of you are Polish. I find that funny. Yeah, you're both Polish. Hey, Lieutenant Conquer, how you doing? How's your Thursday, man? Good about you? I am doing well too. I'm trying to debug a new function I made, and I don't know what's going on. We're gonna break it open here. With the amount of money Lazy Fangs is making, he might as well be working in Germany. It was kind of funny. Working for a Nordic company. Do we have fortify block? Okay, let's grab fortify block. And invisibility, ideally just invisibility 1. And then we'll throw some like fear or paralysis on there or something. That'll work. Okay, let's make sure that this will actually debug here. It should. As long as it gets called. No objective view exists. I kind of agree with that. We feel like we're kind of talking like the average high schooler, but in this case, it's correct, right? Everything's subjective. Why did that not play? Where's my breakpoint? Oh, you want to know why there's no breakpoint? I'll tell you why. I will show you exactly why. And if you're curious, it's because I'm retarded. You're supposed to set information here of the encounter and potion type. Idiot. Dialogue Thief 1, main potion. And then same thing here. We also don't want this to append if the encounter ID is null. I don't think I can check that though. I don't know if a validation test works on... Oh no, we can. It's valid class. Okay. That's good. Because we don't want it to add the line breaks in there if the class is invalid. Invalid encounter ID. Build extra responses. Now we can test this. We live in a society. No, guys, we can't say cringy high school things, please. Even though they're true. You live in your room. What if I block and then... That should work. We don't need anything too crazy on that. We don't want damage health. We do not want damage health. We just want some simple paralysis. Alright. Please work. Please. Please work. It didn't work. Is it even firing this function at all, or is it just getting pushed out somewhere? You know what, I can set the player's inventory. Player inventory potions. 2 potions. Technically, the ingredients shouldn't matter. Flavor doesn't matter either. We're just going to be checking for effects. E, damage, health, tier 2. So fortify block tier 1. Frenzy tier 3. Visibility 1. potion number 2. Just gonna be paralysis. Here too. Think that'll work. Yeah. Cars. I don't think these not having ingredients will cause any problem. We'll see. They might. Ooh, careful. Jesus. Wait, where did that error out? We're only on the row, so it's erroring out here. I need to check what. Okay. We may not be saving that like I thought we were. Wrong with Mr. Spoon? There's just something wrong with my a function or something that I didn't hook up, or it isn't coded properly. I need to pay a bit more attention. Hey, Kent. Yes? What are you asking? Yeah, there's nothing in that map, that's why. We set this up properly, it should be saving. Unless it isn't, I don't know. Kiwi's Blueprint Live debugging looks so cool. It is pretty fun. It is quite useful. Visually appealing. This just isn't saving his commission at all. Even though it should be. Unless it crashed and didn't save my changes when it crashed. Here it is. The issue. Problem solved. Debug with text messages like a real programmer. Okay, now it's working. I just had that hooked up incorrectly. Now we can see if it builds. I like that his little cap and clothes get filled with some snow. His little metal hat. kind of fun. Alright, let's see. Okay, now we're getting through this. I will resume until we hit here. Successful response indices are 0, 2, and 6. Which, for us, should be... I don't know. Let's just let it build. Okay, there's no text here. Well, it is hitting that, so maybe it's not building the string correctly. Is a new visitor has arrived taken from Animal Crossing? I've never played Animal Crossing, so I don't know. Do they do something similar? I added it because the player might be really far away from their hut when a NPC arrives. So having some way to know that there's an NPC that's waiting for you is why I put that there. Come on, Spoon. I'll wait out in the rain for you. It had a bell sound. A little sound effect would be nice for it. Wait, what? Oh, because I put it on the fault. I'm stupid. This has to be hooked up here. Doy. Typical. You need to go? Alright. Take care, man. I'm gonna try to be in Krakow. I might be able to swing next week. Depends on if we can fix up these final bugs with the build before we send it to the publisher. Maybe Monday? I don't know. I don't know if you're busy Monday, but Monday's weather looks pretty nice. Not too warm. What things should I do? Hold on, let me check this real quick. Fortify block response, invisibility response, frenzy response. Guys, we are golden. There's a couple of issues here with like periods, but other than that, it looks good. I think that for one of the biggest things for me would be the swimming. I know it sounds kind of small, but I don't like that you can't look in the direction where you want to swim. You have to use control and space right now to go up and down. And there is the default demo of Fluid Flux allows you to, but it's the third person controller allows you to look in the direction that you want to swim. And I had to kind of... It doesn't work. Merge my last fixes? I believe so, yes. Yeah. So I think that's one of the big things. Should I profile animals? Less important. I don't think they're going to be playing this on a potato, and I can always just mention, hey, you know, requires a little bit of a beefy computer. Editor supports Git? Yes. It supports, default it supports plastic, SVN, Git, and Perforce for version control. And there might be plugins for other support too. I can take a look if you want. You can add command to remove all animals from games. So for now, it's okay. For now, it should be okay. Semantic version? Dynamic. Oh, this diversion version control. I've heard about them. So yeah, there's a couple plugins for other version control software. Just the swimming for now. I'll double check what we talked about in DMs, just to see if there was something that I mentioned. RMRF, yeah. But I think for now, the swimming thing would be nice to fix because it's just kind of annoying. Okay, let me debug the narrative building here. I think there's something that I messed up. Meet Monday after work. Have 2 fresh dramas. Monday should work for me. Monday could work. I'll ask the guys if they want to meet for lunch, and then I can come like early and stay there, and then we'll meet after. And I'll just spend the day in Krakow. Llama 4. Oh, I don't mind where you live. I can move around the whole city. It's not a problem. Because I'm gonna, if I meet those guys for work, then I'll just hang around in the city or go shopping or whatever. Why do I not see the debug? Maybe I just mistyped it in the data table. That's probably it. I probably just added an extra period here. It didn't need to be. No, there's no period here, so why did it do that? Your beta test of Llama 4? I've been thinking, because if I can learn how to train our own data sets for LLMs, I could self-host an LLM and train it on our design docs, which is what I want to do. I think that would be an exceptional thing to have in the future, is to train it on all of our design documentation so that you can then ask questions about each of these. They're on GitHub. That's my only thing, because I can self-host LLM, I can create the API, self-host it on a server, no problem. I don't necessarily need to train. I just need to find out a way to so that it can read that information and report back like which section of which design document has information on it. And then to like explain it. But I also need it to be limited with its... I don't want it to make anything up. You know, I have to have it say exactly what it's been trained on, and if it doesn't know something, it says, I've not been trained on this data, right? Yeah, it's the accuracy that's also important to me. And to transfer learn them to not include shit from outside what you give them. If there's a way to do it, because I use, I don't remember what I use. Let me look up the service that I use. LM Studio is what I use. Super, super awesome, and then I have Llama on it as well as Mixtral. And this is working great, and you can have a self-hosted server for it. Not possible for it to discern. Maybe, but doesn't it have like a confidence value that it uses, like behind the scenes? And then you could hook up that confidence value and have it like display it, or if it was under a certain amount, I don't know. Not that you've seen. You'd think that would be the most important thing for them to make sure that LLMs have is accuracy, right? And for it to discern whether or not it's being asked a creative thing without factual basis or something that is factual. I don't know. Very annoying. Not even not in terms of how factual it is, but how probable it is to appear after other tokens. That's the one thing that separates these LLMs from being usable in a non-creative way, like an actual factual way. Once evolution based on context, not being structured as it should. I would almost even just prefer if it spit out exactly what was written in that section. And if you asked it something that it didn't have a proper response to, it was no response. Teach your LM just your docs, but it will use weights that was already teach by all datasets. Feedback loops. Maybe. At this point, though, just having like a find and replace would be even better. Or not a find and replace, but a find and return. Just the nice thing about the LLM is that it could... You could have a conversation with it based on the documentation. Not possible to make an accurate one. It would be faster to index every word in a database and just have a glorified control F, yeah. Kind of what it sounds like right now. 64 gigabyte RAM kits are only $100 now. Are they? I was thinking it would be funny for the memes to put 192 gigabytes of RAM in my new computer. Be a waste of money though. Oh, I see. I see what the issue is. This'll fix it. Unless we're talking about other design document, we'll just talk about your design. Document will have some common knowledge and will be taught on Facebook data sets and your For LLMs to be more usable, they would have to stop being LLMs and fundamentally change the way they function. Or just change separate the language model that it's using and the way it predicts, and then return information and judge blocks of tokens on their... I don't know. I don't even know what I'm saying because I don't know how to program LLMs, but right now they seem damn near unusable if we cannot determine how accurate they are. It's the feedback loop, yeah. The AI Mania is 10% actual improvement from the 50s of the previous century and 90% PR and marketing. LLMs are dead end, they can't learn on their own, that's why it's really nothing. It's almost like just glorified Wikipedia at a certain point. It's glorified Google. It's like congregated, or aggregated, I guess. Aggregated Google and Wikipedia. Okay, this should work, and what we can do now is have let's write a small custom response for each of these outcomes. It's this but bigger. Probably true. Remote Bong, The Dark Descent. Fucking Christ. That's pretty good, actually. Indian Prison Strikes Back. The Castle of the Nudist Attack. Weary Casino Dancers. Cybernetic Pony Interactive. Profane Equestrian Revisited. Wow. European Military Slaughter. Okay, so that's just called history. This is just an alternate name for Europa Universalis. Olympic Chase Universe. American Hitman Conspiracy. Okay, so that's just another. It's just called history again. Savage Wrestling Mansion. Good multiplayer game. Supreme Turtle in the Middle East. The new TMNT game. So good, I thought it was person that generates it in real time. There's so many good names you can get from this. For if you guys are like looking into doing like a small game jam or something, use this, because you can just generate some ridiculous game names. Explosive Gnome of the Blood God. Now that's an idea. And I used your potion. I started slicing up the bandits. Felt like it was impossible to get past their armor the more I sliced. Not sure what happened. And this is the issue. This is where because we have the working code, right? We have the working code. The issue is, how do we append all these strings to each other to make it sound believable? And that's where we're back to square one with this. Which is like, if we have 2, 4, and 5, it hurt me, I became paralyzed, and I felt a bit lucky. All this is doing is appending commas to each one, except the last one, of course, and then putting and on the last one. This kind of sucks. It's so boring. And this is actually where you could use a large language model. Like some initial context, generate a single sentence that fits this character's personality. Fuck. I can, but I can't. The issue isn't what we write for each sentence. The issue is, how do we combine these sentences in any order to sound believable without just being separate sentences appended to each other? Because there would be 5 factorial responses possible for this, right? So 120 different responses. Granted, it goes in order, so there would be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, I think it would be 5 factorial. He shouldn't reply to anything that doesn't matter, but we've already filtered out. We have 9 things that he will have responses for. Each sentence should resolve a full sentence with some interesting mini story. That way they don't need to be combined. That is true. The more writing we put behind each response, the less ridiculous it will feel like. You just sweep it under the rug. The anomalies. Yeah, but having the customized responses for these I think will matter a lot to the player. It will make the game feel a lot more responsive. It is a rabbit hole. But Kent, I think, is correct. If we just add a reasonable amount to each one, and that way we do separate them. So, like, don't try to combine them. Just write a reasonable amount behind each one. Okay, you both said it. Okay. You both want VIP for this? Is that it? You already have VIP. Shut up. Shut it. Let me hit up the bathroom and I'll think about it. I think the idea of just writing a lot about each one and not combining it is probably the most reasonable. Because we could also do response for effect 1. Also, response for effect 2. You know, we can do some appending that makes each paragraph to paragraph sound a bit better, or just not have paragraphs so that it feels like it's more of just one conjoined. I think there's a way we can do it that is simple, but still not lacking in uniqueness. Although it would be kind of cool if there was a very, very simple LLM that we could feed this into. But whatever. Paragraphs are better. Also play animations for each. Yeah, I think the players will overlook some immersion breaking aspects in order to, because like imagine Mass Effect, right, or Fallout, where you can ask an NPC the same thing you just asked them if you missed something they said. And players don't seem to care. It doesn't seem to take them out of the immersion that the NPC has said the thing they just said. What matters is that the story is interesting and the responses are interesting. So of course it's useful to try and make it unique and combined and sound like it's flowing well, but at the end of the day I don't think players mind if it doesn't flow super well. What matters more is that the game is responding to their actions. And of course this is just a prototype, so if we have a better idea of how to handle this in the future, we just update the mechanic, right? And I think that a narrative designer or that some writers would have some better ideas of how we might be able to handle this better than me. Attach mood variables to each of those responses. I can. Yeah, actually, we do kind of want to do that where we have negative, neutral, and then positive. And we could combine them. So like the negative things are said in one block, positive in one block. We'll see. All right, give me a second. I'll come back.
Mr. President, wake
What the
up.
fuck are you doing? There are farts in chat. Who's farting? Oh my god, Jesus Christ.
Lazy_fangs cheered X100, bang bang.
Thank you for the bang bang. Finger bang. Bang bang bang. Do we want to try grouping responses into moods? Meow! Hey, Senkan, thank you for the follow. Thank you so much. You'd mix them up? Like, what do you mean? Because if, like, he has a negative response to, you know, like invisibility and fortify health being on this, so what's supposed to be a poison. Going over only positive and then only negative feels like a school essay. That's true. We can easily randomize them. Order them into a story, but the problem with the story is that we can't predict what effects are going to be on that potion. That's the issue. Generic connectors. You know it's a poison, leave with that, but then the next one, yeah. Find a list of good lead-in words or phrases. I think that there's no way that we can fully prevent this from sounding a little weird. The lead-ins are easy, though. I still might try to... I don't know. No, I would do full paragraphs. I would do full. The question is, do I want to... we just kind of just need to see how it looks. We just need to get it in there and see how it looks. We almost need to treat each of them as if they will be the only one that will appear for the player, but have lead-ins that make enough sense to feel like they aren't separated if they do appear together. Maybe we need like a list of generic positive, negative, and neutral tie-ins. And we could do it for each NPC separately. So like here in the NPC data, we include a structure of tie-ins. I would think that would work. Why is the row type being used for this NPC data underscore old? Seems about right. Reach how other VNs would do it would be in order. Well, then I have to find ones that do it well. Usually they just have separate scenes, right? Or they don't have this many possible outcomes. Because if I have 5 factorial possible outcomes, then I have 120 possible outcomes for just one potion commission. Like, there's no way that I can do this in a non-generic way. But I need the generic way to feel not that bad. ST underscore response tie-ins. I have one specific entry I have in mind, but it's not safe for work. It does conditional meshing real good. It spawns a whole slew of variables and text. We'd have to see how they do it, though. Positive, neutral, negative. Bit of the code is straight up regex based on tokens and variables, all in the writing rather than fancy coding. All in the writing. Well, that would be the most optimal. And I've done that before, but for this many possible outcomes, the amount of work that would just go into one encounter would be unmanageable. Yeah, I mean, if it was like 10 or so, 10 possible outcomes, I would 100% write it by hand. Even if we had, you know, like let's say 100 encounters in the game or something, yes. If there was only 10, no problem. But 120 outcomes for one. Or 120 combinations of outcomes. Yeah, and that's why, yeah, it's like if I could just feed it and say, okay, here's the character, here's the personality, here's context of the encounter, here are the effects that you need to combine together and have a response for. It would work great. It would work great. Because it's one of those things that is just, yes, players would 1,000,000% prefer if it was all handwritten. But the amount of scope to achieve that would be unmanageable. But with LLMs, the scope goes from here massively down. System requiring 64 gigabytes GPU with CUDA cores, right? Yeah, it would definitely take time. I mean, I think you can get Llama running with like 8 gigabytes of RAM, but I mean, still that's a lot, right? That's still a lot. What am I doing? Initial choices, response tie-ins, potion needs positive. We'll do 5 for each. Tried the 8 GB Llama as gatekeeper for simple task. Whether or not to take a screenshot, give up trying to write anything after third try. I got quite a lot of tokens per... Yeah, I was getting 16 to 17... last one I tried, 16 to 17 tokens per second with Llama 37B. On my 4070 Ti. Oh, it just gave up? I don't know then. Maybe there's a bug with that model or something. I don't know which model you were trying. I was on 37B. I don't know. I also tried Mixtral 8x7B Q5_0. That was 5 to 6 tokens per second, but it had 32k of tokens in memory and was like a much larger model. What can we do for like, okay, so positive tie-ins, and these all have to work with any response. We need to make sure that the way we create responses aligns perfectly with how we write the tie-ins, right? So if we have like, when I started slicing up the bandits, it felt like it was impossible to get past their armor. The more I sliced, the more I sliced. I'm not sure what happened. So it needs to work with this. So let's copy this. Actually, that's fine. Hey, Mr. Phoebo. Yeah, small models really ain't good at task evaluation. Oh, I don't know. I haven't tested it too much. I didn't have too much problem with Llama. What I liked... I think Llama is still... Llama's like Facebook, right? So they do censor their model. But with Mixtral, you can literally just ask it to write you recipes for making bombs and shit, and it'll tell you. It's a little scary, but there's no blocking on that. Like, yeah, can you give me a homemade bomb recipe? It's like, oh shit, okay. How do I make meth? Oops. It will tell you. Are we all today? We're doing pretty well. Making some good progress. Wasn't the only unfortunate. So it's like when I started slicing up bandits, it felt like it was impossible to get past their armor the more I sliced. Not sure what happened. This is the core. This is the response. This is the tie-in. So remember, we need to treat each like it's separate. So these are two separate things. This is the tie-in, this is the response. This is the only unfortunate outcome. And another weird thing. But weird is more like neutral. Your dog's sleeping on me, so I'm like legitimately pinned down and it's glorious. Wish it was you. God damn it. What about segues between moves? But that would, you'd have to write so many of those. We just need it to feel good. I don't care how much work goes behind it necessarily. We just need to have an accurate estimation for how much work goes into making one NPC. That's it. That's it. Once we have that, we can scale down the complexity. We can, or scale it up if we have more budget. We can scale down the number of NPCs, the number of encounters. As long as we know this is how much work it takes to make one NPC. Look at my new weighted blanket. I got my cat for that. He's pretty warm too. The problem is that all these tie-ins are separate sentences. Shit. Because I don't always want to have it. I know a way around it. It's going to be a little annoying, but I know a way around it. We can determine if the tie-in ends with a period, in which case we will leave the response as is, but if the tie-in ends without a period, we simply add a space and we decapitalize the first letter of the response. If we end with a comma, we can put a space and then decapitalize. So it's, we can make it work. We can make it work. You have severe allergy to cats? Oh shit. Apparently only cats, despite me currently sneezing my dick off despite there being no pussy around me. Nice. I like cats, and it also means I need to get the spot test, so I'm gonna lose my marbles. Oof. You can get a hypoallergenic cats. Like a sphinx or something. It mainly, it comes from their saliva, right? So there are some hypoallergenic cats that they've removed that chemical, but it will mean that they need to be groomed more often. It's all part of the saliva. Don't let your cat lick itself. I'm nearly 100% sure that what actually makes... What is it that makes people allergic to cats? Is it something in their saliva or something else? Protein called LD1. It's produced in a cat's sebaceous glands, which are located in the skin, which are also present in their saliva, urine, and dander. Cats groom themselves, they spread saliva on their fur, which dries and flakes off, becoming airborne as dander. Dander, along with dried saliva and other tiny particles, can easily become airborne and spread throughout a living space. When a person with a cat allergy inhales these particles, their immune system mistakenly identifies the LD1 protein as a harmful substance, triggers an allergic reaction. Oh. So while the protein originates in the skin and is present in the saliva, it's a combination of these factors that lead to cat allergies. So you need to make a fat cat that has more fat than protein. And so if it generates fat instead of protein, you have an allergy-free cat. Easy game. That wasn't the only shit thing. Leaderboard? The stream elements leaderboard. List the top users in the community based on points and watch time. We have nobody. Nobody watches us. I knew it. You're all fake. You're all view bots. You're high quality view bots though. So if we have these negative responses, main potion effect response. Enum for E, effect response types. They said ponytail. Why are you sad? Neutral, positive, negative. Response type. Yeah, I'm working on like to track watch time, so I was curious how they do it. And they don't. Users must be logged into their Stream Elements account and actively participate in chat by typing at least once. It's dumb. I mean, Twitch already tracks watch time, I believe, for individual users. Unless I'm mistaken. Maybe not. How many emote slots do we have? Ooh, I have 5 open tier 1 slots. 2 open free slots. Utilize those. You guys want some more emotes? I think you can also type in exclamation point feathers. And see how many feathers you have from Riley the Raptor. Yeah, I mean that only started when I started to collect feathers. But that, I think we give out a certain number of feathers every certain number of minutes of watch time, so. Feathers. 84,000, Jesus Christ. It's a lot of feathers. How many do I have? What? How do I have fewer feathers? I'm the fucking streamer. Does it track while I'm offline? And you're just sitting in my chat offline? That's actually a self-report there, Lazy Fang. Anybody who has more feathers than me is a fucking no-lifer. That's what it says. Gamble. You just watch the empty stream, you're just sitting there like... Is he live yet? Nope, okay. I'll wait. Nope, still not live. That's all you're doing. I don't sit in your offline chat. Yes, you do. You're always fishing before I even go live. You goons in my offline chat, right? Relaxing Terraria music. There's a mood. I was thinking I could play a Terraria Calamity mod on stream. I've never played Calamity, and I've heard nothing but good things about it. I watched a little bit of Co playing it. It looks awesome. It looks really tough. But that's something we can pick up after we're done with Elden Ring or something. I don't know. Okay, Fortify Block is a negative response. Fortify Health is negative, Invisibility is neutral. Restore Health is negative, Regenerate Health is negative. Fear is positive, and these are all positive. Pixie Yoda doesn't know how clocks work. Just suck my clock. Suck my clock and give me a time job. Okay, so we have a few outcomes here for negative. Let's get all of them written for positive and neutral too. And then I will work on getting these hooked up properly. Unlocked a core memory. Back in high school, we had cunnilingus as a measure of time. It was 15 minutes. What? How? What? How does that make sense? Also, comma. Then comma. At one point, you won't believe this. I mean, I might believe it because I would be the one making the potion. These are gonna sound weird. Oh, I've heard of that before, yeah. I have heard about the Mineta one. Also heard of like slang for pussy too. There's like Mishka or something. I don't remember what it was. Something for mouse. I mean, we don't need a whole lot here. We don't need a specific number for each, but I think there will be more positive and negative outcomes. I do like though at one point. See that. All we really care about is that this works. But you shower naked? I shower with socks on. Pretty sure that's chaotic evil, right? I don't, by the way. But I bet there's at least one person in the world that showers with socks on. Fucking weird. There's some people that shower with like like those rubber sandals, right? Like shower sandals. I mean, I can understand that if, especially for like public showers and shit, right? But at home, I don't know why anyone would use those. Like public showers for sure. Not gonna risk it. Shower in briefs? Nobody fucking who does that? Nobody showers in their underwear. Who wouldn't shower with socks? AGT experience. Showering with socks. Wearing socks in the shower is the best way to shower. The texture of a wet sock is absolutely amazing, especially when it's engulfed in water. Showering in your socks is actually really comfortable. Wearing socks in the shower is not as disgusting as people. Today I fucked up by thinking it was normal to shower with socks on. Why do people do that? Showering with, yeah, but do you like when you shower at home, do you shower with your swim trunks? Or is it just saying that when you get to shower with swim trunks on, it is kind of nice? What the fuck? Look at this Reddit mod, typical Reddit mod thing. Look, we usually don't enforce any sort of repost rule, and I'm late to the party here, but this is the top 10. But again, removing it would be kind of pointless. Shut the fuck up, you fucking neckbeard Reddit moderator. Get out of here. God damn, dude, Reddit mods are the worst. Reposting. Who cares? Who cares if you repost something from like 2 years ago? Where's your Reddit? I don't know if we have a Microraptor Games Reddit yet. I don't think I want to have it. Okay, we might have it, but I certainly probably won't put any community managers in charge of it. And certainly no super mods. There's just like every single time I've seen somebody else take charge of a Reddit, it's been terrible. Okay, get current NPC data. That's not it. We need the NPC response types. Maybe I'll add that somewhere. Get NPC response tie-ins. Get current NPC. Get data table row. Actually, we can just do this within the bucket. Thanks to be your community managers, we can repost thirst content, cute anime girls. Okay, I'll step back a little bit. I'll say I don't mind having community moderators, but I'm gonna be very, very careful of who I choose for that. And 100% no super mods. And if you don't know, there are moderators for some of the largest Reddits on the site, and they are the same moderators throughout pretty much all these. There are like 3 people that run some of the like 200 of the largest Reddit pages. And if one of them wants to implement some policy, some bullshit on one of the Reddits, I will propagate to all of them. So they collectively get to choose whether or not pretty much most of the content you see on Reddit is good or bad. The fucking owl in your music or outside? It's in the music. We had issues these, right? With which things? Response type. We need to grab the responses. Response tie-ins, break. Wonder how it would be to be a moderator. I mean, it's, for the most part, it's not much work. Just depends on how big the subreddit is. The problem is that in a lot of cases, the people that get put in charge of moderating subs are the worst people to do it. A lot of times it's just like kids with too much time on their hands, which is why it makes them good moderators, is because they have a lot of time. It's like having a job and not getting paid for it. Hey, Frades. Oh, Frades, I don't know if you saw, but the that guy who made the video you sent me to react to, he was very upset that I reacted to his video. He told me not to react to any more of his content. Yeah. Pretty funny. He got really mad when I mentioned that I wasn't a fan of locking content behind a paywall, like educational content. And then what else did he say? He said that I was, hold on, what did he say? He's against React content ethically. And then he says that I slammed on him for daring to have a Patreon. And then he went on to say he wouldn't exist if it weren't for his Patreons, which he may add are all super happy, as we've had pretty much zero churn and I do exit interviews with everyone, so I don't really know what the fuck he means by that. And then he refused to talk and try to sort things out further, so. Yeah, he sent it privately, but he's just kind of like a dick about it. Like, I tried to assure him, like, dude, I don't have any problem with you having a Patreon. I just wouldn't personally make, like, advice videos and lock them behind my Patreon. I'm happy that he's making over $1,000 a month for his game. He's out there winning. He also said he didn't add much to his video. It's like, bro, it's because I agreed with what you said, so it's like, what do you want me to do? And if I'm banned on a stream now? I don't know. He's just a dick about it. Like, he just came off as unnecessarily rude. Didn't ask for any context or clarification. He just came in, assumed things were bad, refused to talk to me about it, and then left. I don't know. I need all game to streamer discords because my discord list is getting too long. We would all be on the same server, but on different community tabs. Dude, that would be hell. That'd be crazy. How can I do this? I mean, if it's the first response, we don't need to do anything. We need to add in some get select Yeah, I mean, it wasn't your fault, Frades. I didn't expect that at all as a response to my video. Especially when I ended the video. You were there the whole time. And I was like, this guy's great. This guy, everything he said was on point. It was a good video. So I don't really know why you reacted that way. I didn't write you. I just said this. I all I said was that somebody told me to watch the video and I watched it. So I was like, I even offered him like, dude, I can take down the video if you want. It's not a big deal. Apparently he didn't want that. I can call macros from my function library, right? Yeah. Format response. Your comments are interesting. I got extra value out of it. I can't be the one to judge whether or not it was valuable, but I did turn a 15-minute video into a nearly 50-minute video. I believe it came out to roughly 3 times the original length. So, him claiming that I didn't really add much to his video, I don't really know what his issue is. I don't know. Like I said, I didn't disagree with a lot of things he said, so I didn't have much to refute. I don't really know what the problem is. What do you for you call some Microraptor Joseph? Honestly, anything. Like, you can call me Raptor, you can call me Joe, Joey, Joseph, doesn't matter. Fartface, you can call me Fartface, that's cool too. Honestly, it just came off as rude and disagreeable. Not really wanting to find common ground or fix any potential misinterpretation, which to me might indicate why he had a difficult time getting funding from a publisher. Publishers don't want to work with people that are problematic. I'm problematic in my own ways, by the way. I'm not going to come off as an angel here. I've got my risks. But I think I'm a relatively diplomatic person when it comes to publishers. Tie-in. Response. I think he's not even the owner of the company. That guy? I don't know, some Belgian company. He might have just been mad too that I was literally saying on the video that I'm essentially offering the same advice that he's giving in that video, but I don't charge money for it. He might have just been like seeing me as competition in a way. I don't know. And he may not want people from his Patreon or YouTube to come to mine to get the same information but free. I don't know. You're also, thank you GT Experience, one of the chill streamers I've seen on the platform. Sometimes I think I'm too chill, but also I know that there's an audience for it, right? Are there 2 guys who have majority shares? Oh, they didn't get in contact with me. Yeah, he has his reasons. He might have just been stressed too. He mentioned he was at Gamescom and like at an after party, so he might just be really stressed. So I'm, you know, I'll try to contact him again after Gamescom dies down and see if he just wants to clear it up. If he wants me to like add in a comment that mentions, that clarifies, I don't really care. I just don't want to be on bad terms with some guy who we seem to be in similar situations, making similar types of games, and we could be friendly, and I don't think we should be unfriendly because of a miscommunication. I don't think I can get last character. I can split. No, I can get, it's not called trim. Turns the number of characters in the string, not len. What's the the function to get the last character, number of characters in a string. Website, who cares about a random guy as a whole forest up his ass? I don't know. I guess it just kind of came out of nowhere, right? Oh, I can test whether it ends with. That works too. I'm going to try to do this without having any execution nodes in it. So does it end with either a comma or a period? Okay, if it ends with a comma, what we need to do is take the response. We need to split. But I can only do it on the start. Need to... What is it called? What's the node called to get to split at a certain character? Substring. Substring. Or just trim. Can I trim a certain amount? No, it just trims white space. Split? But split doesn't do it at a certain character. It only does it at a certain... Or at a certain character integer. I should rephrase that. It's left and right, of course. Fucking Christ. We want to do a right chop. Turns this from to the right of the specified location, counting forward from the left. There we go. So right chop, although we also need to grab the left as well, so we do need to split it. This is really fucking weird. I think gameplay videos are React content too, and they're making a game specifically aimed at streamers. Kind of weird to then say I don't like React content to a video that makes 15 minutes or to 50. Yeah, I do think that I try to add value to each of the videos I react to. I can understand being against React content, by the way. I understand that there are some people like Hassan or XQC that may not have the most ethical forms of reacting, right? I get that. I also agree that to an extent, me agreeing with a lot of the things being said in his video make it maybe less valuable than if I disagreed with things, right? Where I had something to refute. But it was, like you said, a 15-minute video turned into 50 minutes. Roughly. Okay, we split there, we take the left. It's a comma. Can we capitalize? Can we capitalize just one character? This is harder than I thought. Case. Can I change case? Log string, matches well. 2 upper. 2 lower. Perfect. That has good points, but he tends to have anger management issues and is very judgmental. I'm not a fan of some of Hassan's takes, but it's his personality that mainly has me against him, right? And it's specifically when he's reacting to things. I tend to find someone like Asmongold a bit more nuanced and reasonable. He's more middle of the road, right? If you compare like Hassan, I think, especially on like political issues, it's pretty far leaning in one direction. I think putting on a video and going for lunch is a good point. It's dumb. Yeah, I do like Asmon's reactions for the most part. So we need to right chop, and then we need to append this to that, and return this. I think they're 2 sides of the same coin. They could be. Both live in their own bubbles. Bubbles are dangerous. Although from what I've seen when it comes to like political issues, Asmon does seem to be willing to see both sides of the coin. Whereas for Hassan, it seems like he's very leaning a certain way. Compare that to like, I don't know, insert any right-wing bubble liver would be the same as kind of Hassan in my view. They all live in their own bubble, for sure. But I do like seeing more nuanced, middle-of-the-road opinions than extremes. Especially ones that get angry at, like, a side. I don't like that. That's just, you know, kind of... That doesn't solve anything. Okay, if it doesn't end with a... You just put a space here. If it ends with a comma, we need to put the comma... Oh wait, this is wrong, this is wrong. We need to put response first, or tie-in first. Tie-in space to lower. He bans everyone who disagrees with him, even when they are chatting very normal. He bans primarily bad faith arguers, but sometimes I think when he's angry, that line gets blurred. It really has to do with like bad faith arguments, like people trying to catch him in like a gotcha moment, and not trying to offer anything substantive. That's the word. Bunch of Vosh then, you get politics, some horses with big tools to change the pace. Maybe. I think I just need to interact with fewer political commentators. It's kind of like too much emotion. I have been seeing that, you know, like ground news. You guys been seeing that being advertised? Does anybody have a subscription to ground news? Because this is exactly the kind of thing that I love. I love this shit. Like, show me who's covering it, show me what each side is saying, and then let me make my own view on that. Now, from what I've seen, this is really cool. Like, shows you blind spots. So, like, if center and right-leaning sources are only the ones talking about this, then left-leaning sources are not talking about this. And so if you're like, maybe you realize that you maybe reading more left side stuff than right side, you can see here what is being talked about in each of the sources that has it. It was pretty cool. So I've been thinking about trying to just make this my only news source, essentially. And it looks like it works pretty well. Pretty cheap, too. If any of you guys ever get a subscription to Ground News, just let me know what you think of it and how it seems to work to you, if you notice that there's still any bias. I think there might still be some, but at the very least what they're trying to do is minimize that to as small of bias or whatever. I don't know. Okay, if it has a period, what we need to do is grab the tie-in, append a space, and then put the response. That's it. Otherwise, I think we just do that. Or format response. Not that. So that's the tie-in. This is the response. Why don't you get your news from Truth Social instead? I've never used Truth Social. I don't really know anything about it. I think we just need to add a space here. Right? For me, just, I don't want to live in a bubble, and I want to minimize seeing only one side so that I can, you know, squash out my biases. And it's really hard to find news sources that are accurately covering events, it feels like these days. We shouldn't need this anymore. We'll see if it works. Whatever. Don't crash. Don't do it. It crashed. Local media? I don't really read Polish media, but I do know that my primary source, and pretty much all my friends, their primary source of getting US news is from international news sources. And unfortunately, the international news sources for the US tend to be pretty left-leaning. So It's really hard. And then, you know, it's like I spend a lot of time on Twitter, and it's like, well, community notes are pretty great, but they're very bare bones in a lot of cases. So I want a dedicated news outlet for like US news, which is primarily what I'm interested in, that helps me to avoid blind spots and to make sure that when I'm reading facts, I get them from factual sources. Looking at as many angles as possible is pretty good, yeah. That's really all I care about. I just want to know what's right, not who's right. Can you speak Polish? Very little. Crashing's such a shame. I don't know what crashes it. I could try to trace it back to what is causing the crash, and maybe it's just something in the new Unreal version. Which they would fix it. Fluid flux. I do think fluid flux does cause some issues. The more plugins you use, the more asset packs you pull, and the more likely you are to get crashes, because Epic is pretty decent about fixing its own engine crashes, but of course they're not responsible for fixing crashes caused by plugins. So as you start to add more of that shit, not great. Interesting. My dad sent me a very nice message saying my game looks good. Is he here now? He doesn't know how to get his Twitch login working. Nice. Well, you enter your username, Dad, and you put your password in, and then you enter then you can type. No genders allowed, it's against UE5 TOS. Can't have whitelist and blacklist either. I feel like those are just trolls, like the whitelist, blacklist, master and slave. Like, really? Can we grow up? People getting upset at those terms is just really stupid. She typed one of my old passwords in chat 2 days ago. This for a single application and 10 years old. Okay, we should just be able to hook that up. That'll fix that problem. I'm gonna set a breakpoint here. That's weird. Alright, debug gods, please. Let's find the issue here. I've been slowly replacing all my passwords with randomly generated ones. I do feel safer with that. When you use allow list and block list, I'm sure they'll find a way to make that controversial too. They'll say like, well, block is offensive because there are people who can't cross the border, you know, because of fascism or whatever, and everyone should be allowed in, so we need to use some other word for it. I don't know. Additionally, but that doesn't have the... Let's start using this steganography method for my passwords. Which one is that? I know there's a method of you have your randomly generated password, but then you add in a word at a certain point, and that word you don't write down or you never tell to anyone. So even if they get your password, they never actually have your password. Why didn't this work? It's just additionally at one point, it's like it's not pulling in the response. Or I'm not doing something with the response. Which is possible. Oh fuck, okay. That's not the response. I would just append it. Oh, I see the issue. Tie-in space. Yeah, I think that'll fix it. We'll see. But let's not talk about the crashes. If I knew what to look for, maybe I could, you know, try to figure out if it's like base Unreal or if it's a plugin that's causing an issue or something. I don't know. Who the fuck knows? What do I know? It's a lack of unity. 2024, there is no unity. Everyone's divided. In the plugins. I don't know what it is. I think it's this fucking macro library. I should try making a build tonight after work. To see if there are any errors. An issue with the tutorial too. It's skipping the make any potion. It really shouldn't be. We'll fix that bug before we end tonight. Also invisibility response. Great thing happened with the potion too. Frenzy response. It's pretty close. It's pretty close to what it needs to be. We have an issue here with the lack of an eye. There's something weird going on with the comma. The period response looks okay, but the comma response is not. We perform a left chop. Turns the leftmost given number of characters. It should be chopping that. Oh, it's because we've already chopped it here. We need to... It's weird. We pull in the source string. We chop it from the start. Probably because it's splitting it. We need to do something different here. Parse into string, but that's the delimiter. No, we need to grab the length, Turns the string to the right of the specified location. Or just turn that to lower. That should solve it. It also didn't put a period at the end of that. Or here. But that's only because we didn't have the responses in here with periods, but we normally would. I will add them for the sake of testing. Ew. What is going on? Watch it be like my RAM just dying. God, I hope not. In CK3, trying to get an achievement, my character needs to become 105 years old to get it. He's currently 103. Will he make it? No. He's gonna die. Gonna get syphilis from sleeping with his daughter or something. Dead. Rip NPC in this video. I don't like that in Poland you can't do bets based on channel points. It's really stupid. Like these predictions, right? In Poland, channel point based predictions aren't allowed. It'd be pretty fun to do. Hey Pro44, how you doing? How are you? I'm doing great. I think we are finally fixed with this bug. We'll see. Alpha 2.9 characters can die each year if their health is between 0 and 3. Oof. You're working and watching? What are you working on? Officially invisibility response, perfect too, and it properly did the lowercase for that. That's great. Beautiful. That is working. 104 years old, that's crazy. From work now, I'm trying to run the development environment. But look, hopefully you don't get as many crashes as I've been getting today. Alright, let's write some more personalized responses for this. Something must have been. Felt like they had more health than any human ought to have. What are some of his negative responses? This is neutral though. As I started slicing, they went invisible. What did you put in that potion? Or I guess it could be poison. Regenerate health. It was weird, but as I was slicing into them, dagger across their ankles, the wounds seemed to heal a bit. Already outlived 9 of my 16 children. You guys remember that scene from Interstellar where Cooper meets his daughter in the future and she's like on her deathbed? That scene always hits me. It's a really emotional scene. I think she says like no parent should have to watch their child outlive them or something, or die in front. I don't know. Emotional movies, man, they get to me. I'm gonna do something weird here. I'm gonna say if we have duplicate responses, because regenerate and restore health should probably have similar responses here. I'm gonna write some code that if we detect that, will remove this the duplicates. He did it, 105. God damn, dude, that's wild. 105 years old. His wife's alive too still. How old's his wife? That's crazy. We'll make a array for responses given. What we'll do is we'll add unique to this. And if this is, well, not valid index, but we want to do, if this is greater than 0, Greater than or equal to 0. We go on, otherwise we poop out. And this way, if the player provides both restore and regenerate health on the potion, because these responses to the effects are the same, we will only add one of them as a response. And the player should never really feel that. His third wife, oh my god, 105 in the Middle Ages, at that point he says god, yeah. 2 more in-game months, Emperor of the North Sea, wild. That's 5 kingdoms. And I could not get into CK3. I think it's an amazing game, and especially what they've done with the user interface and the tooltips. Next level. I don't know. Ain't my type of game. Plus 2, and then bastards started running in fear the moment my blade made contact. It was incredible. Whatever you put in that poison. Out here playing Bannerlord thinking I'm hot shit having 1 castle, right? Owning 1 castle in Banner, or especially like owning a city in Bannerlord is a pretty big achievement. He achieved it, the High King of the North. Dude, that's wild. He's gonna like die the next day. He's gonna die during his coronation. The one thing I don't like about Bannerlord with the AI is that they're so fucking war hungry. That's all they do. Like the moment you can't have any time of peace and trade and treaty, because it's just like the moment that one war stops, another one will start. It's never ending. Yeah, I did see there was a mod to fix it. It wasn't working in the latest version for me, but maybe it's updated now. It's the AI less stupid, yeah. Because like Bannerlord is like super focused on battles, and I do kind of wish sometimes that it had equal amounts of focus on like peacetime. Your lone troops they attack. I don't know, but for some reason whenever I play Bannerlord, it's just like, I'll join a kingdom, right? And they'll just go into battle, at war after war after war. Wild. Whipped up into a frenzy almost immediately. Was a beauty to watch. When you play in Bannerlord, Mr. Phoebo, do you sometimes just park your army outside of a losing battle? Because you know if you join it, you won't be enough to help them win. And you'll just lose all your guys. And so you're just like, well, I'm just gonna let them fight it out and deal with whatever is left. The High Kingdom. Wild, dude. Yarmo land, what the fuck? Wait for caravans to die to save them too, right? Soon as the poison made contact, became all sluggish like. Put something in there to do that. What we could do as well is, because we know that it's only one out of, in this case, where is it? It's these, right? So it's 1 out of 9 responses. We could write a couple of character responses for if these effects are met in the potion. I'll show you what I mean. We should have enough time to do it. Some weird magic had taken hold of them. It says they started to keel over in pain, but then fainted in paralysis. Moving like stones. Yeah, let's see if it works. This is gonna sound a little bit rigid, admittedly. But we should have responses in the game for the Fortify, Block, Frenzy, and Invisibility. Should say something unique for each of them. And remember that these responses are considered not unique enough to change the course of his history, but they are unique enough to change the way that things went down for him. So he's going to mention those. I have 2 ambulances in front of my block. Oof. That's for GT Experience's king. He finally died. When I started slicing up the bandits, it felt like it was impossible to get past their armor the more I sliced. Not sure what happened. Then as soon as I started slicing, they went invisible. What did you put in that poison? I was impressed too that whatever you put in that poison, the bastards got whipped up into a frenzy almost immediately. It was a beauty to watch. It's not bad. That's not terrible. It's not terrible. And that's pretty specific, right? You'd kind of have to go out of your way to make a potion that was that crazy. Let me make something a bit more reasonable. You know, let's say you throw some paralysis on here, right? Through something, I don't know. ba 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 ba. It's like the new planet in the distance, the not so bright and crazy one. That's the wrong button. Pretty cray-cray, right? Why is there a planet there? Why does anything exist, Lazy Fangs? Want to collide with the moon? No, it shouldn't. It's part of the skybox with ultra dynamic sky. So one of them will be. I would think that the moon would appear in front of the planet. We also added auroras recently, so you can see the aurora borealis. And we added light shafts from the moon and sun. You like shafts? Me too. The auroras do look really cool though. Unfortunately, we can't have volumetric clouds and volumetric auroras, so I chose to go with clouds over auroras. But we can switch them at any time, because the volumetric auroras look really, really good. Next thing I want to try to get rid of are these ugly-ass cloud cards. Find some alternative to them. They're really only covering up one issue over here. We can find another way to clear that up. But you like your shafts dirty wet, nice. I do. Boy, human, need your help again, and you know the potion you gave me last time? Well, it worked. Learned how that bastard hit my gold. Thought some weird magic had taken hold of them because they started to kill over in pain, but they then fell over. Then fell over unmoving like stones. Yeah, so we'll put this in a separate like node about him mentioning the main potion that you made. But it is working. It is indeed working. Finally. Yeah, let's try cleaning this up a bit. Hey Joran, are you doing everything alone? Art code sounds no. I'm doing most of it myself, but we are trying to build up a team. So while everything you see here visually is pretty much from an asset pack, this is going to be representative of the style that we pitch to publishers. And then we would start to replace everything with bespoke handmade assets that are our own. And that's kind of our main goal. At the end of the month, we have a publisher that is pretty promising that we're going to be sending the build to, along with a small sheet detailing our future plans. And so this is going to be representative of what the final game will look like. Let's see, append. Build extra potion responses. I don't think we can get encounter ID's display name, can we? We can get class display name. I remember there being an issue for that. Let me check. Oh no, it looks fine. Using only blueprints? Primarily, but there is some C++ code in here. When we start to make the full game, we will be using primarily C++ and prototyping in blueprints. And handling like smaller things that don't need to be optimized or waste the time of the coders, right? Says main. Motion type can be main or secondary, so let's see. Select error on none. Main potion. Secondary potions. Are you also working in Unreal, Joran? Yeah, that looks good. We'll only allow the player to choose one of these, and then we'll just lead on into the next nodes of the dialogue. But we should be able to conditionally choose provided effect, encounter, thief 1, effect check would be E, fortify, block, check tier false, and on the main potion. Check for effect, fortify, block, in main potion, and encounter thief 1. Looks great. Sorry, might have slipped. An effect on there that fortified their block ability. But 2 years now, I've learned a lot about different stuff, learned Blender, nice. Now I'm working on a full game idea. After that I can do the planning and look into what I still have to learn. Dude, nice, congrats. Learning Blender too. I think I gotta do the same thing soon. I tried modeling, especially back on, I think I tried it on 3ds Max many years ago. That was an experience. I didn't like it. I didn't mind the software. I'm just not very good at 3D modeling. What type of music ambience are you expecting to have in this? Chill, meditative, kind of like if you think of like Skyrim's exploration music, Fallout's exploration music, just something that plays in the background that you can kind of just get lost and immersed in without it being over the top. And probably no lyrics in any of it. I don't know what we'll do for our main theme though. I have to talk to a composer about that. Did you learn programming in school? I did not. I dropped out of high school and then became a failure. And just kind of taught myself some stuff. I'm doing my best out here. I didn't go to college or anything. Didn't have the money for it. There may have been an effect on the potion that boosted their health up a bit. So became a failure after dropping out, but it was all good before. Yeah, I only became I've always been a failure. Didn't go to school, damn. So skills, you're so cool. I didn't go to college, but I went to high school. I dropped out on my senior year. It was boring. I didn't like it. Why would I want to stay? Once you're 18, they can't make you stay. That's working yourself to the point you are now. Thank you. It's been 10 long years of working with Unreal to get to the point I am today. And there's still like, I would say 90% of Unreal I still don't know what I'm doing with. Especially like materials, anything art related, the animations. Actually leave at 16 and I almost did join the army. My school didn't want me to because I was stupid. I almost joined the American Air Force. I almost joined. But I was scared, honestly. And that was so that I could pay for, you know, because they would pay for college. I didn't think I could complete college, though. I felt like I was going to not succeed at college. We need to have invisibility here, actually. Should go fortify block, fortify health, invisibility, regen health, restore health, fear, frenzy, slow paralysis. Finish only technical school. It's a middle school in Poland with the specialization. My specialization is IT. I've heard about that. In Poland, you have that like split. 10 years on Unreal. Yeah, I've been using Unreal since Unreal 4.0. I think Unreal 4.0 is 10 years old at this point, right? Yeah, 2014. I used it the moment it came out. Oof, old. Oh, it's in high school, okay. You Polacks. Gotta get your shit together.
It looks like he may commit suicide.
Thanks,
Suicide
Jordan.
is badass.
No.
Thank you for the follow, man. Welcome to the stream. If you have any questions about Unreal, maybe something I can help with, just let me know. Like I said, though, if you ask like materials, especially like material math, material functions, I'm the wrong person to ask on that. But we do have some really exceptional artists in the chat that can help with that, or with animations. Paste this in. Runs past programming part by getting all answers from net on his pen drive and then plugging into the PC during exam. I cheated a lot in school. I cheated a lot in high school. It's because if it doesn't have to do with a video game, I'm not going to remember it. I have a very selective memory. If I don't care about it, I won't remember it. Just the way it is. Yeah, it's regenerate health, restore health. kind of want this to be an ore condition, though. No, it's fine. We can have that separately. That doesn't matter. Spend most time on animations. Studied graphic design in school, so that helps. I never learned programming or anything. Learned from scratch for a book, Unreal courses. Okay, so we can help each other then. If I ever have a animation problem, which I have a lot, you can share your knowledge, and if you have anything with, like, I don't know, programming or blueprints, I got your back. Okay, this looks really ridiculous, but this will be fine. The player's only going to have the ones available that are actually relevant here. Animations, no problem. That's kind of how I did some of my early games in Unreal. I don't know if I still have any around here. I don't think I do. Maybe this one. Well, it's going to open it up in Unreal. I don't want to do that. Shouldn't have done that. I wasn't paying attention. That's not the built version. Alright, whatever. I used to just like make UI based games because I couldn't do anything art. I couldn't do anything animation. See new animation system in Unreal? Right click and run. I did see that. Oof. I mean, it may still play. Shouldn't take too long to load up. So we'll have a response for each of these, and then that'll lead into the next bits. Setting up a team? Yeah, we're gonna have about 15 people full-time, most likely. It might increase just a little bit. Where's my documents? There they are. You know, right now we're trying to do the first playable with whatever resources we have, and then once we start to jump into our vertical slice, that's where we will be increasing the number of individuals on the team pretty greatly. To about 15 people on the development side of things. But I think we'll need more narrative designers. With a project file, you can right-click and run the game. What, it runs a... But it doesn't build. It doesn't run the build version of the game. What are you talking about? I don't have that. I mean, I do have a launch game, but is that the same thing? Really? This is the same as pressing standalone when playing an editor. Interesting. I didn't know that. It's actually pretty nice. Probably has to do some shader compiling. Yeah. You ever had problems with motivation when you were learning? If I got stuck, yes. And I got stuck a lot early on. Especially with blueprints. There weren't that many good learning resources for Unreal in the early days. And blueprints is difficult because if you don't know what to type, you don't know how to accomplish the thing that you're trying to do. Like learning, if you don't know how to communicate between blueprints, that's really difficult as well. I think there are some basics to blueprints that once you learn them, you're great. You're in no problem. Easy game. Ah, well, didn't cause too much of an issue. Just meant I had to stab them a few more times. Definitely won't complain there. Give me the basics, want to have an easy game too. I might do a blueprint series where you guys can just like ask questions as we go and ask for things to be shown again or in more detail. Either way, the raid went well. And I learned where that bastard hid my gold. Okay. I think he'll say generally the same thing. Especially for fortify health, that's gonna be the same. That definitely explains it then. Had to tell where they were based on the moaning I heard. Painful moaning. After the first slice. That should be fine too. Restore health can be the same. Not a big deal. We could actually all just feed these into the same one if we want. Yeah, I might do that. Was a small invisibility. There was an invisibility effect on the potion I gave. Regenerate health. I mean, what can you like reasonably say that would be different between some of these responses? Not really much, is there? Especially regenerate health and restore health. All these effects are placeholder though, so if it sounds kind of weird that we have restore health, regenerate health, and fortify health, that would be true. We had a final list of effects that we were going to have on the game, or a starting final list. Let me see if I can find it. was. So in this case, we're only going to have 1 health, stamina, and mana. Invisibility, fortify, resist magic, water breathing, like a mage light, lightness, so that's like decreasing weight, strength boost, night vision, concussive blast, immolation, poison, weakness, paralyze, frenzy, silence, fear, cure disease, cure poison, and corruption. So these are the ones we're starting with, and then most of these can apply some sort of status on the player. Weird. Like here. Burning, poison, chilled, frozen, paralyzed, wet, weakened, frenzied, silent. So, you know, we're trying to go for just a reasonable number of effects that we can do a lot with. Ambulance took him. A regenerate health effect on the poison. Small one though. And we'll just copy that for the restore health. Again, the point here is that it needs to be believable. It doesn't need to sound great or amazing. Publisher just needs to know, here's how we react to the player. Give us money, we hire a writer, we make it better. Game good. I added a fear effect to the potion, hoping it would clear your path to the leader a bit easier. Hoping a frenzy effect would get them all fighting each other while you slipped in and interrogated the leader. Figure as fast as you are as a goblin, slowing down an overwhelming force. Never a bad idea. Last one is paralysis. Technically, we could do 2 separate responses for this based on whether or not you knew that he wanted the paralysis potion for the first dialogue. We could do that. Let me see. Secondary potion needs learned thief 1. Save choice. Got a skateboard. I'll do it. I'll do a fish too. Let's see what I get. Let's see what junk I get. What a skateboard too? Right. Let's go kiss in the skate park, I guess. I know you wanted the paralysis on the potion for the leader, but I thought it couldn't hurt to add to the poison as well. I figure it never hurts to incapacitate your victims. Before brutally murdering them. Definitely worked. They're running wild and slaughtering each other. We'll say thanks to that, the raid went well. Learned where the bastard hid my gold. Oh, this is the one for frenzy. This one was for fear. Afraid of me as if I were large turd floating down the river. For anyone who doesn't know, a Spoon here, our NPC, is a sewer goblin. So he talks about turds a bit too much, to be honest. So he's a little obsessed with these things. I need to close this. This culture, it is. I need to close this other Unreal. Get out of here. Okay. Yeah, it is his culture, and if you don't respect his culture, then I'm just gonna have to make an angry Reddit post, I guess. People in my Twitch chat don't respect a sewer goblin's culture. How unfortunate. We're moving in slow motion, human. Was a sight to see. Good thinking, human. Fear in their eyes. Wait, this is slow paralysis. Why are there two paralyses here? It's a bit paralysis. Fear, frenzy. There should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There shouldn't be 10. There should be 9. Being uncultured, also a culture, yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There are 10. So which one did we miss? Fortify block, fortify health, invisibility, regenerate, restore, fear, frenzy, slow, paralysis. Oh no, there should only be 9. Yeah. Okay, and then these can all lead into these two. What I think I might do too is that I know I have like Fortify Health in here, but I think if Fortify Health is too high, we'll probably end the encounter too, just like we do with Regenerate. And same with Fortify Block. Like tier 1 is probably okay, but anything above that is going to be a bit troublesome. Oof. The FPS is a bit low too because we're compiling those shaders in the background, so forgive the engine for a little while here. So when he appears, we should have options for Fortify Block, Frenzy, and Invisibility. Yep, that's working. Sorry, I might have slipped an effect in there that fortified their block ability. There was an invisibility effect in the potion I gave. I was hoping a frenzy effect would get them all fighting each other while you slipped in and interrogated the leader. Definitely worked. They were running wild and slaughtering each other. Thanks to that, the raid went well. Learned where the bastard hid my gold. Good work, Spoon. Thanks, Seaman. Beautiful. Beautiful. So we have that kind of reply for every effect. No, it's just a few. So like these were the ones we chose to have unique outcomes for this main potion out of these effects. So some just didn't really make sense. Like unique response for luck on a poison. Maybe there's something you could do with that, maybe not. So we chose these ones and we thought, okay, if there's cure poison on a poison, then we'll just consider Spoon dead, right? But it counteracted the poison that you put on there, so he ends up dying. If restore or regenerate health are above tier 2, he dies. Right? And we can do the same thing for fortify health, like I said, and probably fortify block. And everything else just has like a unique response to it. You like it? I'm good. I really hope... I think if you play the game once, it's kind of cool. But if you see that how the game is responding to other people's choices, I think that's where this is going to shine, right? Where two people start comparing the outcomes that they got. And that's where you start to realize how variant it can get. I think it will go unnoticed, yeah. I think, actually, like Baldur's Gate 3, Baldur's Gate 3 has a lot of micro-responsiveness to players, right? That you don't notice until you see what other people have done. Or you watch somebody else's stream and you're like, oh shit, so that can change if you do that or say that thing? That's the hope. That is the hope. What are you showing right now? I'm curious. Which thing? Yes. Right now I'm going to make it so that Fortify block at tier 2 plus will end the encounter. And same thing with Fortify health. BG3 is great. Yeah, it's a pretty fun game. I have problems with some of the story elements, but you can make your own maps and stories with BG3. You could do that with Divinity 2, couldn't you? If I recall correctly, you could have custom Divinity 2. Custom Divinity campaigns. Maybe not. Because I know when you started up Divinity 2, you had an option to choose your campaign. I don't really see it here, but there's an option to, and I assumed that that meant that you could mod in your own, but I never heard about it. I'd have to find the screen for it. Maybe there's some, wait, hold on. Divinity 2 gameplay. Oh, Tim Kaine on capitalism. That should be fun. Co must have it. Unless it jumps right into the character editor.
Okay.
It does. Damn
Welcome
it.
to the character creation screen. Here you can select the origin character or create a custom hero. Understood.
Damn it. There's a new run here. Don't start a character creation. Okay, it doesn't. Give my computer some time because it is having a hernia right now trying to compile some shaders. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe it's when you like select mods or something. Yeah, I wish I knew. Because it does have the Game Master mode, right? So you can... Maybe it's part of the Game Master mode. Where you can build out levels and then pull in characters for use as a virtual D&D, right? For custom D&D, I think Tailspire. Yeah, Tailspire is pretty good. RPG Engine are the best tools. I haven't heard of RPG Engine, but I have heard of Tailspire. One day BG3 will become a part of that. BG3 would be pretty cool for that. The only problem is somebody would have to make all the level 12 plus spells. Arguably, I would think that to some extent Solasta would be better because Solasta had up to level 20. Okay, we need to check. Provided effect, fortify block. I crashed the engine. There's something about pasting in the... There's something really weird going on. I don't know, I'm just pasting in this string here. Copy, paste, crash. I don't know what the fuck it is. All spells and skills can remain the same. Yeah, but you couldn't go up to level 20 then. As far as I know. a will builder tool in Quest Framework? I mean, maybe. They did do a lot of homebrew for Baldur's Gate 3, so it would be very difficult to do a proper D&D tool just because they have the homebrew stuff. It wouldn't be bad. Yeah, BG stops at level 12, and they didn't include a lot of the spells after that. And then a lot of the spells they changed for Baldur's Gate, but that's not the way that those spells work in D&D. So Tailspire probably is the better option. This class is always an option to reach level 20. It's true. I mean, there are mods that, yeah, there are mods that allow you to reach level 20. It's just that there's no content in the game for it. You're right, there are some that are past 12 mods. So maybe it's more possible than we think. Potion outcomes. Resist poison. Yeah, see, I go to copy fortify block. If I paste it in here, it just bugs out. Sometimes. Greater than or equal to. Same animations, different effects, probably. I don't know what the modding framework looks like for Divinity, or for Baldur's Gate. Copy, paste. This one will be fortify health. That's all we needed, right? Fortify block and fortify health. I don't think we need this one. Potion outcomes. If the score is terrible, he's dead. If it's bad, he doesn't want to do business anymore. If you provide damage health on the secondary potion at all, the bandit leader will die. If you provide cure poison on the main potion at any level, Spoon will die, as he gets overwhelmed by the forces. Regenerate health at tier 2 or higher, dead. Will the bandit leader come after you? I mean, that's not something that we couldn't do. Just create a new NPC and a new encounter for the bandit leader. Always possibilities. That would be pretty easy too, because we wouldn't actually need to make like a dialogue-based encounter for it. We could just say that he comes after you and just is a enemy that appears, and you have to kill him with your potions, right? So we could handle that in a really easy way if we wanted to, just by sparking up some flags. Restore health at tier 2 or higher. Resist poison at any tier. And then we have fortify block and fortify health at tier 2+. Or Goon spawn, that'd be funny. That would be pretty good too, yeah, I like that. We can add some additional potion outcomes too for secondary potions. For the secondary potion, but we're just focusing on the primary potion for now, and like the system. So let's try it. We're just gonna put resist poison on this and see what happens. Can there be a queue of characters? Not at the moment, and I'm not sure if I would want to do that. Oops, I didn't want to do that. The reason being, I don't want to overwhelm the player. Yeah. Inputs. How did I do that? Oh, that was weird. Resist poison. So while this is actually a pretty damn decent potion, because it has resist poison 1 on it, it will cause an issue. We could always make that resist poison 2 as well, because maybe, I don't know, maybe 1 is okay. Just make his job harder. And we'll make the paralysis poison as well. Once we have a queue of characters, I fear that the game will turn into more like a shopkeeping game. And I want to make sure that there's enough time between NPCs that the player has time to explore, to relax a bit, go fishing, check out a dungeon if they want. He should die here. Yeah, okay. Beautiful. We got Blue Dick Boy in the house. He's bumping into one another and having interactions. So right now, no, but what we can do is we can have encounters that include multiple characters. But they would have to be more like scripted. Like if this character is alive and this character is alive and some other conditions are true or false, we can have an encounter that is these two characters together. Maybe two characters team up to tackle some other issue that's going on, right? Like maybe they take on a dungeon together, like Spoon and Blue Dick Boy. If they're both alive, we can have that encounter added to the pool of spawning where they take on a dungeon together and they need a potion for it. That technically is possible with our system right now, I believe. Yeah, we'll do the resist poison is greater than or equal to resist poison 2. Game that looked interesting as AI art. You're gonna be seeing that more and more here. Okay, let me fix this bug with the tutorial, and then I'm gonna have to call it for today. But we got a lot of really awesome stuff done today. It seems to skip the tutorial stage for making your own potion. I don't know why. Yeah, it just skips right past it. Let's figure that out. That's the text. I don't remember where we handle the tutorial logic. Tutorial. Check tutorial stage requirements. Make any potion. Oh, it's skipping it because I added potions to the player's inventory for testing. That would be why. I can clear that then. Because all we do is we check if the player has a potion in their inventory, and if so, we assume that they've made a potion, because that's the only way you get potions. Yeah. Okay. That's working then. Okay, well that was good. That was good. We ended up right about on time with our goal today. Do we need any of this still open? No. I think that for a prototype, the system we have right now for building this string based on the effects that you've provided for the potion, pretty damn good, right? Like, we can still do custom responses for specific effects in the dialogue, and we can still change encounters or cause something to happen based on those effects. But this is a way to add a bit more of unique responsiveness to certain effects being on potions in certain scenarios, and being able to merge those into one instead of having, well, like we said, 120 possible scenarios for just the first encounter that the player will have by factorial. So I'm pretty happy with how this looks, and tomorrow we will be doing more decimation development, starting on one of the other systems in that game. But then back on Monday, we will continue with this and make sure all of Spoon's stories and encounters have some sort of unique responses to various things, including like making sure Spoon Nuts, right? Because we can also make custom dialogue for ingredients that are in potions, like we did for Spoon Nuts. So maybe he responds to certain ingredients as well. And the more we can push that further, we can showcase exactly what we intend to do with our NPCs, at least with one of them. Okay, so I think that's it for me for today. I'm going to get going home. Hopefully you guys have a wonderful rest of your Thursday. I will see you tomorrow for more Decimation game development. And yeah, have a great rest of your day. Take care. If you liked what you're watching, consider giving us a follow. Thank you, Joran and Senkan, for the follows today. And Ugly Stepsister. If you want to check out our YouTube as well, we have all the days of development up on YouTube, including today's, which will be uploaded right after the stream. We also have a Discord where you can talk about the game with us, and you can also download public builds for Cauldron Chronicles for free if you want to try out the game yourself and leave some feedback, or stream it, make some YouTube video out of it if you want. So, thank you so much for showing up today. I'll see you tomorrow, and have a wonderful rest of your Thursday. Going home, you work in a studio? Yes, I rent out an office, because I can't work from home. It doesn't do well for my brain. But either way, take care. Bye-bye. See you guys tomorrow. Bye, bye-bye.